are back. Back like the back.
Oh my god.
Things that are also black. Welcome back to Bearded Ramblings, episode 27. 27, the year I realized my life was going nowhere. We are joined by Krendar, the man with no hair.
It all just fell down here.
And Durt, the man with too much hair, but all in the good place.
Hair everywhere you want it to be. That's for sure.
Won't see
By the way, I don't know about you guys, but the internal screen share is like 2.5 minutes behind for me. It's still showing the countdown.
Yes.
I don't know if you can restart that for us.
Yeah, I can refresh it. Let's see if
the
that
Discord
makes a
screen
little
share.
difference. Let's see if that. There we go.
There we go.
And I can mute because we don't need us speaking over ourselves. We are also joined for the first time and long overdue, Kilo, with a bunch of extra words at the end of it to make it Kilo more. So I'll just have you down as Kilo.
Right. I intentionally made this unpronounceable just because I knew it would never be taken when I need a username.
Kilorethiw.
Yeah.
I was going to say
okay.
Kilorethiw.
I think it's perfectly pronounceable. It's entirely pronounceable, but everybody always refers to him on Kilo during DP and whatever else when he donates. So people are used to thinking of him as Kilo anyway.
Yeah.
I just have to think of unit of measurement, and then I'll think of you. Otherwise, I think of the person who's always on Shabisky's stream, showing off their lewd Skyrim mods.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't need to imagine. I've seen. I've experienced. It's impressive.
Sorry. Didn't mean to name drop you there, dude.
I've not played with any lewd Skyrim mods.
Can't say I have either.
So what game have you done it with then?
Yeah.
Sims.
Fallout New Vegas. No.
Nice. Gamora has a whole new flavor to it now, doesn't it?
Oh,
Yep.
Extra spicy.
Yeah, I like the ghouls. That's what they're called.
Hey there, smooth
The
skin. Want to
second-
get a rash in all the right places?
The sexy ghoul mod.
Wasn't the New Vegas the one that actually had the ghoul prostitute?
Yeah, you can bang.
Sounds right.
Yep, Beatrice, who's a pre-war cowgirl, who also likes to be a bit of a mistress in the bedroom.
Ugh.
It also had the sex robot, which is fantastic.
You mean
Yeah,
Fisto?
Mr.
Please
Fisto.
assume the position.
In other words, oh god, I can't feel my legs.
Is that all you got, robot? All customer complaints should be directed towards the manufacturer.
See somebody get that on a Camgirl show.
I imagine there must be
Fisto.
so many Fisto mods out there where he's living the Fisto dream. Oh, if you play
Absolutely.
Weird Wasteland, when you leave
And why wouldn't you?
When you leave it, a bunch of elderly bandits, all women, show up and they're like,
Oh, you mean Hell's Grannies?
Yeah, Hell's Grannies are looking for the robot that can finally get their fix.
Isn't that a Monty Python reference? Or am I thinking of something else?
I think they did it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know
believe that was
what is it? Rodents of larger than average size or something like that.
That's Princess Bride.
Rodents of unusual size. Yeah.
Rodents of unusual
Bruce.
size is a reference.
There was a Indiana Jones reference
With the fridge.
the fridge.
Yeah, and he's hiding inside it.
The fridge with the skeleton and his hat. Yeah.
Quick,
Still
somebody get me a bunker or a refrigerator.
That should do it. Oh, we're about to take part in the Los Alamos test. This refrigerator will solve it. Of course, in
Good to
Fallout
go.
4, there's a kid called Billy, and he is in a fridge. That's all I'm saying on it, and it makes me, and it always makes me wonder: was there someone in Bethesda who is
Did he have a donut?
No, he's just a little. He's oddly enough, he's a child ghoul, which makes no sense. That's not how that works.
I mean, even if they had a DP fan, I think they came out with that before Billy joined DP, didn't they?
Fallout 4? Ooh.
Or around the time, like, the development was probably already past that point by then.
He could have just been from Seattle and been a fan of Billy
Maybe.
before the show.
Maybe he just knew him as a rapper, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he is. Like, credit where it's due. Billy is a local celebrity, so that could work.
I mean, that's how DP ended up meeting him, right?
Yeah, pretty much. That, and he's a social
because Paul was a fan of him already.
I think on Battlecam, I think that's where Paul first saw him.
I don't know.
Anyway,
he has done other things though. Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, the man's been around. He's a networking hoyer. He is. He's a hoyer. And speaking of hoyers, we should hoyer ourselves out. Krendar, could you mind telling the good people at home and in the distant future what that bar up the top is and how they can help us reach it?
That bar is how you can pay us to do a show drunk off our asses for you. You fill that bar up, the next episode, we will be sauced for your entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun last time. That's for sure.
That was great. I honestly, I was, and on top of it all, we had a stereo, so I was trying to keep somewhat sober, and we all had to go on live, like, super at the last minute, so I'm kind of, like, getting shit together, and he's constantly criticizing, like, live the shit I'm doing. So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna put this here, and, whoa, okay, now everyone can see the stream key, which they couldn't, but it made me paranoid as fuck.
Oh, good, show everybody in the Discord chat. Thanks a lot.
Oh, okay. So what have we got down here? It's like the Twitch logo, but it's from the 1980s. What's going on? Why is there piss all over the screen? Why is the orange Gina pouring out into a cup of a different color?
He roasted us so hard.
It is like a backstage. It is like a a retro acid trip.
This guy is unfucking believable.
Thank you so much too.
Asian victims, we died in round 1, but well, make it come back like a reverse round of Nagasaki.
What?
Holy shit! Devil Blight, thank you so much for the $6.66. As for
we got
comment,
we got a donut from Luca. Sweet.
Yeah, big shout out to Luca.
Hey, Luca.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Luca, drop by the other stream tonight. I'm playing your game on Steam tonight.
Ooh. As for his comment, it was mostly just a nod towards Nagasaki and how we have to bounce ourselves back. Which I thought Hiroshima was the city that bounced it back really far after the bombs hit. Like, they're the ones that are doing well for themselves. Nagasaki's kind of like a footnote. And yet no one bothers to remember 3 Mile Island. How do you think that gift shop is doing there a few miles down the road? I'll tell you how. Poorly.
Not great.
Oh, sure. Open a gift shop, Ma says. It'll make money, Ma says. And now all my bobbleheads glow in the dark. That's my thing. Oh, Luca wants to know what game there, Krendar?
No, it's called Luca Born of a Dream.
See
got your name right in it.
It was made for you.
Yeah.
You are one with the game. You are the game. Krendar, tell us, how has your week been? Has it been enjoyable?
Not too bad. I streamed this insane mess of a game last night called Cluster Truck. Holy crap, that game is...
the name
that game is nuts.
I think that gives enough of a hint as to what happens.
Yeah, like you basically have to get through these stages by jumping around on the back of trucks, and if you hit the ground, you're dead. It's basically the floor is lava, but with trucks.
Okay.
I didn't watch you play it, but I did watch Kai play it.
Yeah, it went about the same from what I hear. Oh man, what a crazy game! It's a lot of fun, but it's very difficult.
My girlfriend showed me this one game on TikTok. I don't know what it was. I like people weren't talking about it in the comments either. But like the dude was like driving a bus through a mountain, but he took it over the edge, and like the vehicle damage was like so realistic. Like the thing crinkled and crumpled, and parts fell off of it and shit. It was pretty cool. I like that. You don't know what it is.
That's not ringing a bell, but that does sound like something like a party game or like a Jacksepticeye style game.
Yeah, I just like to see things break and explode.
Dude,
Speaking
I
of
have
Black,
I have a what do you call it, the game where you sink a ship. It's like sinking ship simulator, and you design a ship of any size you want, and then design how it's been damaged, and then watch in quote unquote real time as it sinks in like 3D. You can also like strip it down and see how the water's flooding and watch the structural damage. It's very surreal to look at. It's like those 8-hour long live footage of like the Titanic sinking and shit like that, which is
reminds me of
very dark. But
last weekend, Gurley found this thing that was like a little thing on a page where you can draw your own custom iceberg and then watch it realistically bobble around in the water.
Cool.
So it's kind of like that, except
she did a giant cock, didn't she?
Well, obviously.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was written in the stars. Anyway, Kilo, I do apologize. I interrupted you there. Please go on.
I was just saying I'm going to need a link to the game with ship sinking.
Oh, yeah, sure. Tell me afterwards and I'll send it your way. If I'm right, it's currently free on Steam.
Neat.
Also, if you're curious there, Lev, I put a link to the cluster truck announcement trailer from back when the game came out if you want to see what it's about.
Cool. You know me, I prefer not to look at the chat while we're doing it.
Yeah, like you can check it out later.
Yeah, absolutely. So, before we get... here I am about to go on into the main course, but we haven't started with the appetizers yet. Durt, how are you doing? How have you been?
Oh, you know, I'm living. Taking it day by day. What can I say? Not much, clearly.
Holla.
Fair enough.
I enjoyed our time playing Far Cry 5. I've got to reinstall that so we can...
Yeah, dude. I remember you saying something about Primal. I saw yesterday that was on sale for like $8 on Steam.
Primal's pretty fun.
I would, if things go well tonight, I'll definitely snatch it up. It's just that Outer Worlds' last DLC has finally been released.
Ooh. I thought about picking that one up too because that's also on sale.
I know it's like what 10, 15 quid.
I haven't played any of the DLCs for that game, but I did play through the main game.
It's only got one on it so far, and well, Credar, you were in my chat when I was playing it, and back on Twitch, and I enjoyed it. But the sad fact is, there's one. That's it. Like this is most likely going to be all we're ever going to get out of the Outer Worlds. Something tells me they're never going to renew this IP. It's just going to be dead. It's just going to be floating there. So this is it for the universe. So it's kind of sad, but they're just not interested in it anymore. Not since like the companies kind of like were bought off and moved on. You know, they just want to go in different directions, and it fucking sucks.
Mm.
But I'm looking forward to it all the same. It's a murder mystery, which I knew they'd do at some point.
Well, hopefully it's. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah.
I was just gonna say, hopefully it's just as good, hopefully better, but we'll see.
Yeah. Like I'm pumped. It looks pretty damn cool. It's the character and the trailer looks exactly like Nick Valentine, which I think is intentional. It looks promising. So I'll definitely be looking forward to playing it. Kilo, anyway. As for you, how has your week been?
Honestly, not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Still quite shit, but better than it was supposed to be.
That's something, at least.
Yeah.
As for my week, I lost my wallet on Paddy's Day coming back from the shops, and today I picked it up. I got a call this morning saying that someone handed it in, and all the way in it, I was thinking, you know how nice it'd have been if that €90 that was in the pocket was still there, and sure enough, it still was. Fair fucking play to them.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Nice.
They just the thing is, I explained to the woman there who handed it to me that in Dublin Airport, we used to call them freebies because you'd always hand in the wallet, but you never handed in the cash. You always pocketed the cash. It was just a given. We always used to put it in. I know people who went to work one day and like cleaners and would walk out with $3,000 in their pocket.
It's a finder's fee.
It is. Now, later on, they added rules and regulations to it, but even then, those rules were it stays in the lost and found for 1 week, and then all the money is yours. So either way, like, they just don't want to have to deal with the legalese, so they'll eventually just throw the wallet and give you the money. So cleaners, especially back in the 90s, oh my God, cleaners would come back with so much. I saw a guy heading off to Cyprus once crying. He had lost $5,000.
Would you say that the cleaners are really cleaning up?
House. Yeah. I love airport people. I don't want to give us the idea that we're all a bunch of thieves and shit. But you know what? When opportunity comes, we occasionally snatch it up. Baggage people, duty free.
I don't want you to think we're all a bunch of thieves, but we are.
We can be. We can be a bunch of thieves and gypsies and tramps. And somewhere Cher is singing as we all pass around bottles of duty free alcohol that were seized by security. Because security bottles that often keeps that shit, or at least pre 9/11 they kept that shit. Now when you go to America, they make you pour it out in front of them in a toilet around back.
Ooh,
damn.
Yeah.
They have like a little bin too, unless like I guess you're talking if you get caught with it beyond that point.
No, yeah, the little bin is
that's just rubbing it in.
It is. I learned that the hard way in 2000, and I'm gonna say 5 or 6. No, it'll be a bit later. 2008. And I was going over to Philadelphia, and I wasn't old enough. If I'm right, I wasn't old enough to drink over in the States. But obviously, I've been drinking for a few years in Ireland, and legally being able to drink in Ireland for a few years. But they wouldn't have it. So on the flight, I thought it was a good idea to buy a bottle of Jameson's for the people I was going to meet as a thank you. So they made me pour the bottle cost $60. And I had to pour the entire thing out in front of them. And I pleaded with them, and eventually let me keep the bottle so I could at least give it to them so they could put it up on their mantelpiece.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was a fight. I always remember the two TSA agents kind of glaring at me as it was going in. I was like, you know what? At this point, I've worked in 2 pubs. This is like beyond ridiculous. And they're like, you know what? Between you and me, you're right. Pour it. You know, they knew it. But they
That's not, I mean, it's not like they have it. Like they probably don't have the authority to make a decision like that, anyways.
On them. They couldn't tell me to go away.
Yeah,
they'd have been caught. They'd have lost.
They didn't have the option to say no.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, the alcohol laws, and I still believe that you should be able to drink at the age of 18.
Hell, isn't it now technically?
I mean, all the 18-year-olds are drinking anyways. Let's be honest.
Well, before 18 too. In fact, there's
a
theory.
60.
Yeah, like there's a theory floating around in Ireland about how Americans drink, and it is you guys cut your teeth for the first time by sneaking away your parents' alcohol normally. You steal your dad's beer, you steal your mom's vodka or whatever, and you go off to a house party or a bunch of friends out in the woods or a car park, and you have your first drink, and you have to do it super fast unless like the police show up or some nosy neighbor. And the end result is you guys get super drunk super fast. And decades later, like you're still kind of drinking like that in a lot of ways. That's how we see it. Like you guys
sounds about right to me.
Yeah. Like,
what do you Americans think?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. I haven't been alive or drinking for decades yet.
Yeah, but is that how it starts, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, more or less. Mine wasn't stolen, but yeah.
Like,
I obtained it by having someone get it for me.
were you standing outside like a liquor store and just asking older people just to go in?
No, it was somebody.
Pay the homeless guy $10 to go in there and do it.
And you know they know, and they don't give a fuck, and they're like, right. And then the homeless person jumps out back, and now he has the change and the booze.
But nah, it was somebody that I knew. It wasn't a stranger or anything.
What about you, Durt? How did you cut your teeth for the first time? Was it offered to you, or was it...
Well, my dad was a piece of shit, so like at a very young age, he was like, "Here, son, take this shot of whiskey." So I have a vivid memory of me being probably about 4 or 5 years old, taking a shot of whiskey and then running to the kitchen to throw it up, and then throwing it up in the kitchen floor, and then slipping and falling in my own vomit and letting it. So that one will be there.
Oh, so you had the entire drunkard experience early on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. So I was born into it, really. I think.
Sounds like an Irish cheers to me.
But no, I mean, like when I first really went out on my way to get drunk, I was probably in like middle school. My friends would. I never took it from my parents because they never made it easy for me, because I guess they probably knew that I would be a piece of shit. But my friends did. And yeah, we'd meet up at their house when their parents would go to church, or we'd go drink in the woods or in a field somewhere. Hoodlum stuff.
Yeah, hood rat shit.
Yeah, my dad would always offer it to me, and I was just like, no. And then one day I was just like, you know what? Screw it. Yeah. And as soon as that hit the back of my throat, immediate regret.
Yep. Yeah, it was an instant sprint to the kitchen, threw up, slipped in the puddle, and it was just
I think
it was all over in 10 seconds.
I think most kids are curious about why parents or adults are so obsessed with the shit, and when they taste it, they don't realize we don't drink this for the taste.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. It fucked me up. I never wanted to drink alcohol after that.
So
maybe that was the intention. Yeah.
And that's how he got into weed instead.
Well, my dad.
But yeah, maybe that was the intention. It's like, well, this will ruin it for him for life.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of failed.
Oh yeah.
It's like when those parents are like,
smoking.
"Oh, you're gonna catch you smoking as a teenager. Here, have this whole pack all at once."
That is such an American thing. No one over here would ever do that. If they caught their kids smoking, they'd be like, geez, all right, but I'm not paying a penny for your fucking habit. You want to smoke? Be my guest, but you're doing it outside, so you don't stink up the place. You don't do it around your mother, and you pay it out of your own pocket. You hear me? And if you can't breathe when you're walking up the stairs, that's your own shit. It ain't mine. That's how most parents would deal when I grew up. That or else, here, give us one over here. They'd smoke right next to their kid, because that's just the way this shit is.
I got a friend my age who he was probably about 12 years old, and his parents did that to him, caught him smoking cigarettes, and made her smoke a whole fucking carton.
It's so stupid an idea. It's like trying to keep the kid away by putting them in an all boys or an all girls school.
Well, don't get me wrong, dude. It's a horrible thing to have to fucking go through. It just made it.
It's like the thing Durt said. It's like giving a whole shot of whiskey to a 5-year-old. You're doing it to purposely make them sick.
I know, but then obviously because it's an addictive stuff.
Yeah,
they're going to smoke it. Plus, on top of it all, are you going to be around for the entirety of it? Rather, maybe you'll walk off, you'll get bored, and be like, "Oh, when I come back, I want to see this thing at least half smoked, or else I'm going to give you another pack to smoke." And
I
then
think
you packed a few away for like a later date or sell them off to some friends, you know, like
I don't know. Maybe it was just an excuse for his parents to chain smoke because
yeah.
I'm pretty sure they sat there and ended up helping him finish it. So.
No, I do occasionally. I've got a pack of Auburn Red out there that I originally used for skins on the rare time where we had some weed to pass around, but for the most part it was just sitting there gathering dust. But once a year, I'll say fuck it, go out into the balcony and puff away at one, especially after I've had a few drinks, and I can't say it's a pleasant sensation. It's just bad tasting and it doesn't do anything for me. Cigarettes have to be, without a shadow of doubt, the most ridiculous thing to get addicted to, because all they do is if you don't have them, they'll make you want to have them. They don't add anything to it. Say what you want about heroin, but at least it fucking zones you out. You know, like, you won't care about shit when you're doped up. But when you're on smoking, you're still the exact jittery self you were prior. Except now you're going to die a few days sooner. You know, like, it doesn't do anything but get you hooked. Drink is fantastic because it gets you drunk and makes you more charming and more better looking.
When it comes to...
No, you better looking when the other person's drinking.
Oh, no, I look at him in the mirror and I'm like, damn, hello, Mr. Cheekbones. I never noticed you there before.
When it comes to consumption of tobacco, I prefer pipes, actually. I do own a couple of packs. I do have a couple of pipes, and the pipe tobacco, first of all, you're getting a larger serving of tobacco, but it also, I believe, has a higher concentration of nicotine.
Oh, yeah.
And it does give you a heady little buzz. And it's just quite a relaxing little ritual to pull off. You know, if you're sipping some whiskey or some shit, it's... Yeah.
Yeah, do the whole Oxhorn thing where, you know, no, he uses cigars. Same thing though. He's got a glass of whiskey and he's got a big cigar with him. Anyone here ever try any that Snoke stuff or Snook from Norway? It's like chewing tobacco you put underneath your gums and it just lingers there and it gives you like 100% nicotine. That was a nightmare.
Now we call that here dip, Sonny.
I've heard of dip. I didn't realize dip was
it's like blended tobacco, right?
Yeah, and
you
shove it up your sort of inline of your gums. You know, just let that shit seep into your veins.
Shove it right up in there. Yeah.
Oh god! Yeah. I met a guy from Norway once, and he gave it to me, and it was a head buzz I was not cool with.
And then you've also got a dental snuff, which actually does not go in your mouth; it goes up your nose. That is very old-fashioned.
That's not dental at all.
Yeah.
Dude,
false advertising.
In high school, everybody was doing the dip shit, the little put in your lip, and they make it like where it comes in like little pouches, like tea bags, basically little paper pouches. And I was in the cafeteria with one of my best friends, man, and he's sitting there and he's like, "Yo, dude," and he sticks out his tongue, and there's like 4 pouches on his tongue. And I'm like, that's gross. And then from across the cafeteria, I hear, "Mr. Morgan," and he's like, and then she's like, "What is in your mouth?" And he's like, nothing. Straight swallowed 4 pouches.
And then
he threw up
like he's in the toilet getting sick.
They kept him in the office for an hour, and he didn't get sick. And he went straight to the bathroom and puked his guts up when they let him out.
That is determination. Respect to that kid.
Dude, he didn't play.
Yeah.
I went to a very redneck high school for the last 2 years of my grade schooling, and we have this very popular local food chain called Powell's, and I would always see them because they would have these huge sweet teacups, and they would drink most of it, but then they'd leave some at the bottom because they would spit it back into the cup through the straw, and you wouldn't really be able to tell the difference with the color.
Yeah.
Why? Why did they do that?
Quite covert.
No. How? Why? What was the benefit?
Well, the benefit was you're not allowed to do this shit in school. So,
of course. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, that makes sense. Ew. Well,
yeah. Especially when you saw one accidentally take a sip of it, you could tell.
No.
Yep.
Like 7 colors.
Oh, I've seen that a few times in my life too. It's oof. And then or like I remember at a party one time, this dude, he was just picked up a red Solo cup and said glug glug glug. Oh no, that's not even okay. The dude passed out and they were fucking with him and they poured like ghost pepper hot sauce all on his face and mouth and shit. Yeah. And then he woke up, and he grabbed the first thing and started chugging it, and it was a fucking red Solo cup full of dip spit.
Are you guys frozen?
I would have.
I think you guys are frozen.
I'm seeing full animatics here, dude.
Okay. Let me. I think that's because I opened up the thing wrong. Hold on. Let me see. God, we never really had that. Like our kids were just like fucking yeah, you guys are frozen on the stream itself.
Oh, that's just unfortunate.
Can you still hear us properly?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. We it's all still coming in.
Should we turn camera off and on?
No, I think if anything,
yes,
that's what I needed to do. I just need to turn off and on the video. My bad.
You genius.
Okay.
My glory knows many bounds, but this is not one of them. Yeah, so let us partake in some animals because animals are good.
That's my.
What, dinner time?
Man bear is nopuksnen ibst. That's what I'm saying. Ibst.
I don't read none of them commie languages.
No wonder they lost the Cold War. They don't even know how to tap.
I don't know how to read Sanskrit.
That ain't how you write
it. One of those Winjits I heard so much about.
The Winjits.
I like the Sanskrit comment. That's a good one.
Nothing positive was ever written in Sanskrit. Just remember that.
That's true. Fact.
I believe the laws of Hammurabi might have something to say about it. Do you know how to handle a slave? I'll tell you how. By removing their fucking hands so they obey. Now that's progress.
But then they can't work for you as efficiently.
Well, you still can use
I mean, if you want to know the proper way to... Come on, guys. We all know if you want to know the proper way to handle slaves, we got to ask G-Man because he knows all about that.
You know what I like best about G-Man? Hey, let's look at this bear thing. Let's feed the fucking polar bear. What's the worst that could happen?
Right?
Yeah.
Its literal tool that will kill one of these motherfuckers is on the damn windowsill.
That's what I want returning to my house every day for regular food. A hungry polar bear.
An animal that literally has no concept of another predator, so it isn't afraid, so it will never back off.
Yeah, the largest land predator on Earth.
And Durt, what happens to you on the day where you refuse to feed it again?
Yeah, yeah, sorry, dude, fresh out. I don't know. I don't
have any s'mores for you. Oh, well, you're a giant s'more, right?
Is that what they're giving?
Yeah, that's what the bear's like. That's funny. You're made of meat. You're not out of food.
Right there.
If I'm not mistaken, polar bears specifically are obligate carnivores.
Well, the polar bear had never had an opportunity to try one of the numerous s'more varieties, did it?
I guess not. Until now.
It doesn't seem to mind too much.
Печенюшки такая хрумкает.
I wish you could like.
Это правильно,
tame a
Фина.
bear. I wish there were domestic bears because I would have a pet bear.
There
What the
are
fuck?
domestic bears if you, so long as you keep it on the QT and don't let the government know about it. You can train a bear from the ground up. Only problem is,
Oh yeah,
Any
It's a
time you're
carnivore
having a
can do
bad
it.
day, they'll fucking maul your face off. You know.
yeah. That's the only risk.
There's a difference between tameable and domesticatable, and
Yeah.
quite
Yeah.
most of animals are tameable, but not many are domesticatable.
One that isn't at all.
The only
tameable
risk is a
anywhere,
horrible death.
Yeah, is I'm checking out one right now. What's it called?
The
the
zebra.
Wolverine. The Wolverine
Oh.
cannot be tamed. They'll attack their own children. How they're still alive is beyond me.
They just don't give a fuck about the laws of nature, I guess. I don't know. Fuck it.
More bears. We need more bears.
More bear stuff.
I
Rib
mean, we're both right
ticklers.
here, Lev. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, hold
These-
on
this-
there,
this is
sunshine.
one of
Let me
those
just go
rib
get my
ticklers.
bear outfit. I come back out in like an open flannel shirt. And I've got
As long
like
as we don't get Mao Zedong in the chat, that's
Well, the reign of Mao Zedong might be the end of all things, you know.
or Chairman Pooh.
Pooh Bear, Winnie the Pooh Bear. So here's a bear trying to break in. I hear black bears are like ridiculously dickish if they smell
Yeah.
food. They will just mold their ways into anything.
And that's I was gonna say, like, it sucks because they're like kind of the smaller size bears, but yeah, they're pieces of shit. The fuck you up.
I've seen enough footage of people at the back of pizza places when they hear them in their trash in like their dumpsters. They have to get like two pieces of like metal together and slam it, and they'll run away in fear.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. For my black bears will run. I live in an area where I've seen a video of one running right down the street where I live. Like, they're pretty common. But they're scared. They don't want to mess with you.
Oh yeah,
I've had a
grizzlies are the
face-to-face
motherfuckers that
encounter.
will attack. Sorry,
I've had
go
a
on.
face-to-face encounter with a black bear before.
Oh shit!
Uh,
Do tell.
Yeah, I was very lucky. Was out camping with some of my friends because we're in the South and we enjoy nice weather. Fairly rural area, so we can get away from, noise, pollution, lights. Fairly rural, and we were camping. I was walking down to the creek that we had nearby to grab some water for the campfire because we were boiling water. And on my way down on the path, I just was, caught up in myself walking. All of a sudden, I just realized about like 5 feet in front of me that there's a fucking black bear, first of all. Secondly, that there's a cub, which is the worst thing.
Shit.
That's why you're fucking lucky.
That's that's a force multiplier right there.
Yeah. So, but it just ran the fuck away. It wasn't, which is unusual. Usually, like if you get around a child, it's more likely to stand its ground.
Yeah, like not even like, dude, more likely to go on the offense.
Oh yeah,
Just because like, fuck you, you're near my baby. Get the fuck out. I'll murder you. Like, straight up. Yeah, that's lucky.
So
You're touching my baby.
either this thing had been around humans before, or I just got extremely lucky.
That's why you gotta be real careful going down by the creek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. That and copperheads, dear Christ.
Yeah, dude, a little water moccasin, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got nicer weather, great places to be. Kind of dangerous.
Like, he was just hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, that's why the animals are doing what they're doing. I never had a bear encounter, but I did have a falcon almost break our our garden patio window one day. We had a canary facing the window,
Shit.
And I didn't know this at the time, but Ireland has a few falcons, like a few proper raptors, and 17 of them lived in or around the park next to our house. And one day I was in the kitchen getting a cup of tea, and the bird was chittering away, doing whatever the hell it did at the time, and suddenly this massive elongated set of wings just flung itself right into the glass, went thud, landed straight on the ground. It's like, brah, brah. It had no idea of what the concept of glass was. It might as well hit the border of a video game world, you know, like you cannot.
So does this mean he was coming
back?
Does this mean he was trying to come at you then?
No, it was coming at the bird because they're predators. They go after other birds. And
yeah, but it was trying to go through the window, though, you said.
Oh, no, my bad. So what it was we had a patio door that was a glass, and that was there off to my right, and the main window in the kitchen was there off to the left of all that. So I was looking over at the bird, so I got a full view of it just swooping down. But somehow, because that glass wasn't all that heavy, it wasn't all
right.
But
if the canary is on the outside and it was trying to get through the window,
it's on the inside because it was in its cage. We just put
it was a pet canary. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no. We had a canary in its cage.
That was unclear by the story.
My bad. Would you like the GPS coordinates to triangulate the position?
Yes, I would.
Are fucking canaries native to? Were you in Ireland?
Yeah, I'm in Ireland. No, I mean we just like everyone gets a canary at least once in a life out here. It's just one of those pets you get early on, like a turtle. You know,
like a turtle or a goldfish.
Yeah, it's a canary. I always wanted.
It's funny you say it like a turtle because I know very few people who have ever had a turtle.
I knew someone who had a giant tortoise, but not like the famous giant tortoise, like one of the bigger set tortoises. And it was a mean motherfucker. It did not like anyone, including its owner, coming anywhere near it at any time.
That sucks. I want a tortoise. But like I would love to just have a pen in my yard.
Rocks that poop and bite you sometimes. Like
you better say edible rocks.
Well, they are technically edible. I mean, let's be honest. Turtle soup is delicious.
Yeah, dude.
I want to try that sometime.
I think I want one of like the big ones.
Make sure you get yourself
like a little dinosaur in my front yard.
It brings out the flavor. But the turtles are all right. I mean, turtles are great fire and forget sort of pets. You don't really have to focus too much on them. But, you forget about them so much that a lot of people end up starving them. The poor things to that because they really have just forgotten about them.
Fuck it. See, that's why I'm glad that a lot of people here don't really get turtles. Because at the very least, the native species in the U.S. of turtles, quite endangered. Turtles and tortoises.
Oh, yeah.
Dear Christ.
Isn't the ones that are around, like, Mississippi, like, down to 300 or something like that?
Yeah, there's quite a few. There's also tortoises in, like, southern Georgia, northern Florida, parts of South Carolina that are just, like, very important animals in their system, in their ecological system. Yeah. And those things are going away, and as they are going away, other species of animal are also going away because they use their burrows. Specifically snakes. There's a lot of colubrid snakes in the U.S. that require...
Holy shit on the barrier.
Fuck. Okay.
That bear looks like some sort of like crazy ex shaking the car.
I
just want to talk to you for a bit, Jessica.
I like how while this is going on, there's just some lady standing 10 feet away, just relaxed about the whole thing.
He ain't no good for you, Jessica. You know that. Just let's talk, okay?
Oh,
fuck.
He's
in.
Whoa, what's he got?
Bag secure, probably a fat bag of McDonald's or something.
Fucking Whataburger being dragged out there.
He just fucking opened it.
Yeah, this dude literally just opened the door. He got.
I'm just waiting for this van to start driving away now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat this chair.
Well, they got a bag of crisps there or something like that. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Look at them. Like, Jesus, like 3 of them. Jesus, see, this is
Yeah,
the
this is
problem.
really
Like,
good.
as urban areas increase, like black bears in particular are like very prone to just raid people's homes.
Yeah, there's
Well, that's because when the city gets bigger, it's taking over their habitats.
Yeah, that's what urban foxes are all about.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. There are
And
plenty of
raccoons.
animals that thrive more so in urban environments than they do the wild. In fact, geese,
Trash
I
pandas.
believe. Yeah, trash pandas. Geese, I believe, were on the way out as a species until people in the States started urbanizing more.
Now, this is worrying, because if I'm right, isn't that a grizzly?
No, I meant the bird.
No,
Goose.
yeah, no. I've.
He means the one on screen.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck, blonde.
What the hell are you doing? Leave the animals alone. Don't go up to the fucking bears. Oh my god!
He
is
just
that
wants a
one in
hug.
That one's in a
Yeah.
fucking supermarket.
That's the he's in the produce, dude.
Oh my god! It's trying to go vegan.
Oh my god.
They are
Look at a
mostly
small one. Poor guy.
Oh.
You're supposed to eat the food, not walk on it.
Dude, I saw a video of like a deer in a Walmart and it was just fucking shit up, dude.
Oh, look at don't grab it in the
got
back
him.
of its scruff like that. Don't do that.
What
Well,
a
how else do
freak.
you prevent it from biting your hand off?
Yeah, and
That's-
scratching the
that's-
fuck out of
That's
you.
true, yeah. Oh.
I don't want a pissed off bear facing towards me while I'm pissing it off.
From bear to creep.
Oh, this is where we're getting the bear, huh?
We got, look at the fucking weeb shit down there at the bottom of the screen. Like,
I know, right? That's how you know that we're going
Like,
somewhere weird.
29-year-old creep so horny to meet up with a 15-year-old. Let's see if I
Like
can.
a
I'll read
predator
this. for you.
poachers kind of guy. Yep.
Yeah.
Anaheim,
Oh, there we go.
Sure, but let's chill tonight. Come on over for a little bit. Leave your home work for an hour. I'll come back to it. Shoot your address. I'll be OWM. I'll be there in 10 minutes. LOL, really? Chris Hansen. What? Yeah. Shoot your address. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Close to you. What do you want to do, Toe? You know what I want to do.
And like, what?
I would have to sneak out, though. I'd have to do it way outside. I'm in a black Honda. Shoot your address. Want to make sure my sister's asleep. Okay, but shoot your address. What do you want to do? I want to do it. I can try to sneak out and live in apartments. What's your address? Okay, so he's obviously
He wants to do it.
he wants to do it in the let's just say he doesn't want to play a game of Connect 4 with this.
He wants to do it in the parking lot of the Stanton 99-cent store.
Nice.
Is that what I read? I don't know. I just
Wait, I like your. Well, no matter what, I like your one better. It's probably classier than whatever this fuck is planned. I'm at the liquor store, Black Honda. See you from apartment window, but I don't see you. Get out so I know where to run to. I'm outside, right next to the liquor, next to the donuts, on the apartment parking, market, in front of the 98. Anywhere somewhere near you.
no. I think it goes further back, but it's fine.
Well, since
We're
I'm
caught up.
sneaking out, can you at least? Oh, I was reading that's about hot Cheetos. Get to the Chevron and
Yeah.
buy me some hot Cheetos. Duh. And here's the end result.
Is that him?
I
Or
hope
is that?
so. He's already got the skis vibe about him.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
He's coming. He's coming. He's better come out.
No,
Yeah,
okay,
I think so.
okay, fair enough.
He's next in line. He's paying right now. Or pretend we're doing this in the car. Fresh ass whip I just got.
Hey, bro, you have any change? Have any change?
His shirt's on backwards, man.
Oh,
In a hurry, huh?
What was I gonna say?
Oh yeah, it is backwards, huh? It smells like.
He was so quick to get out the door to bang some underage puss that he basically he put on his shirt backwards. Like,
Whoopsie.
Yeah. Marijuana.
can't say I
you know
want a
that.
higher standard of pedophile, but at the exact same time, you know, at least put some effort into it.
You know you're about to meet with
I
my
can do
right?
this shit, dude.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
Yeah.
like, part of me, like,
50 years
I
old.
just want to beat him down. Like, I couldn't do it.
Could you say
It
you
was just-
want to go the extra mile?
Yeah, There's two things that'll piss me off to the point of, you know, my first instinct being violence, and that's fucking with animals and fucking with kids.
Yeah. Two defenseless things. Like, in many ways, two defenseless things. Two things that, you know, in many ways have no real way of protecting themselves. And the case...
Or at least not understanding what's going on properly.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. You didn't know that? She was.
What I can't stand, though, is the justification they always give themselves. I mean, if you've ever seen any of that Chris Hansen shit, a lot of them, some would start breaking down and sobbing, others realizing what they did. But let's be honest here, others doubled down and was like, the idea of age is just a construct. Cultures throughout history.
All right there, Jared.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Like that pissed me off more and more because they found an extra level of like bullshit, you know, like that they would justify itself.
She was doing homework.
Oh, she was?
You know she was.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
You're sorry about that.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, man.
29?
The card? Yeah.
No,
I'm sorry
29
about
years
that.
old.
Hey, sorry about that, bro. Really.
I'm not guilty
Nah,
this
bro.
guy looks.
Alright, you take off, I'm calling the cops, so you better stay here and talk to me.
Hey, what do you want me to tell you, my man? I'm sorry.
No, alright, but you gotta stay right here though. Because you take off, I'm calling the cops.
Yeah, you know,
So what
I'm
are you
not
guys
gonna
gonna
call
do?
the cops on you now.
Show me
unless
the
you
chat.
I'm gonna just stand here and expose you for my YouTube content.
Yeah,
I mean, call the
like,
cops.
So I
you
think
think the
the,
cars have been called 5 minutes ago? Like the second they saw the car pulling in.
Honestly, like, I don't know what the fuck they could do because, like, I mean, maybe, yeah, but, like, if there was no actual 15-year-old involved and you just kind of, like, entrapped this guy.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't this technically entrapment?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I think it's not technically entrapment because
they're not police officers.
Well, no, because even if they were posing as the 15-year-old, they still let him make all the suggestions and moves. Like, they didn't suggest doing this, he did.
That's right.
Right?
I guess.
It's only entrapment if you're like, hey, you want to go rob a bank together?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like those stings in the park. You know, like I know this is I don't know how much it happens these days, but I know a lot of female cops, they pretend to be like girls at like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning in like big city parks, and they're just sitting in like on a bench in like a park at night, so somebody can go and jump them, so they can get jump them in turn. But technically, you could argue what they were doing was entrapment because they're basically luring the predator.
You can't
in.
though. Not at least not. It's not entrapment legally because they didn't.
At that point,
Because
no. I
At
mean,
that point, the cop has to be suggesting that the crime happened rather than just being like, I'm going to be this tempting target. And then if you do something, then that's on you.
Okay.
Yeah, like if
I feel like calling it bait car entrapment.
Which hasn't that argument been used before in some courts? Bait cars being used as entrapment.
I think that's a. I mean, you know, you I guess you could argue that, but at the end of the day, man, like if you're gonna like, it's a way. I guess
you
you
have to
could
go
call.
out
You
of
could
your
call.
way to break in that car in the first place.
You know.
Like, nobody's leading you into doing it. It was your idea to do it in the first place.
There's some
It's the
great
difference.
dash cam footage of trap cars as the guys realize what the fuck's happening.
Yeah.
It's the difference between a police officer asking you if you want to rob a bank and you asking a police officer if they want to rob a bank.
That's fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, this guy is from Anaheim, so anytime you're in California and you ever see his face, be sure to punch him square in the jaw. He's got a big chunky set of cheeks, so he can take the blow.
Yeah, maybe give
him a few extra.
Yeah. So maybe he'll be able to survive more than one. At the very least, if you're gonna really hurt him, I don't think hitting him in the face would matter. You can tell this man loves his hair. Shave him bald. Just shave him completely bald, like a
Yeah, who would want to be shaved bald? That'll teach him.
Yeah, how dare bald people exist? Fuck baldies. Filthy,
Yeah.
filthy
Chips?
baldies.
I'll take those chips then.
Yeah.
I'll take those chips.
I'll take those chips. Alright, that's fucking metal right there. They got the fucking predator to still get him some hot Cheetos.
Yeah.
Take those damn Cheetos, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Dude. I'd be like, I can't. I couldn't, bro. I'd be like, I don't even want to say props to these
This thing
guys.
was brought to you by Cheetos.
Because then I would just, I'd
man.
open that bag of Cheetos, dump them in his face, throw them in his car, dude.
I
I'd be
would
like,
throw
dude,
him right back at him, but I mean, the fact
glitter
that he still
bomb,
had the balls
everything.
to ask for it.
that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, that I don't agree with this content. If the worst you're gonna do to these people is be like, yeah, man, haha, you're on the internet now.
Okay.
Give me a bag of Cheetos.
You obviously want the police to be alerted. You want them to be like.
I mean, if there was a crime, yeah, you know, or I mean, just kick their fucking ass.
Yeah, I'm okay with both of these things, but I'm okay with anything. For starters, here's one thing: I've watched some of these ones where their faces were blurred. That I don't agree with.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go that far, fucking show that man's face. Let him be ostracized from the community.
Well, at the end of the day, they probably live in a state where like there's like a recording law or something like that. 'Cause I know that is
I
a
will
thing.
say the ones that I'm thinking of came from the UK, so maybe there's some sort of law about blurring someone's face. But,
Maybe, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's okay in the US generally, though.
Oh yeah.
In first place,
public.
Yeah, you better be sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Like, really. All right.
How old are you?
My bad, dog. I mean,
How old are you?
I'm old enough, dog. You're
What the fuck? What the hell's that
old
line
enough,
here?
bro. I'm old enough to hit up a 15-year-old on the internet, bro.
29.
Fuck,
That's
this
I
dude.
believe what he said earlier.
Not enough to know, huh? 29 years old, man. Come on, man. Aren't there other girls?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, like, I'm sorry, you know, like that's what. That's
Yeah,
what,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, like, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, you know.
I'm sorry that I'm a piece of shit.
You can tell he's never even thought about the possibility of getting caught, right? Like,
Yeah.
is that apparent only to me?
Yeah, it's a sort of thing where it's like it's an abstract that happens to someone else, like a way a lot of people view death. You know, like death is going to happen to someone else down the line. It'll never happen to me, and then one day, boom, truck. You know, like
Yeah.
which for the record, to some degree, we all do. The only difference is like he's actively pursuing his own demise. You know, like it'd be like I've never met, for example, all right, here's an example we were saying earlier. I've never met a smoker who thinks that smoking's good for you. Like
Not
everyone
anymore,
knows.
anyway. They used to way back.
Once upon a time. Yeah, once upon a time.
Not now.
But
I doctor prefers camel.
50 million Americans can't be wrong.
Redfields, they fit in your children's hands.
Yeah.
I like Fred Flintstone, don't you?
I mean, they used to. There were specific cigarettes that were marketed to kids.
Yeah, Joe Camel.
Marlboro, a woman's cigarette.
Joe Camel, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that.
I don't know. Can you really say Joe Camel was
I'm
for
sorry, my man.
kids?
It was
Yes.
clearly geared towards a younger demo.
They had a cartoon mascot.
The only thing would be better if like he like walked up to like McGruff the crime dog and rocked him in his shit.
Well, no,
Yeah.
McGruff came in the
Yes.
80s, and at the same time, Joe Camel was being phased out. So, yeah, that's
It's
a war.
quite the opposite, actually.
Or that fucking Dare lion. Jesus Christ, that thing was terrible.
Screw the lion, dude. McGruff is where it's at.
I saw from Actual Jake this ad that he grew up with in like Michigan, and it was this barking dog that was like it basically just barked its words out, As like if you see such and such, call such and such, and it was so awkward looking that the Simpsons made fun of it by having the rock bottom hotline as the same idea, but instead the dog would just bark. It was just ruff 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 ruff, and if you know anyone, please call ruff ruff ruff. There's this huge wall of text coming out after every bark. You know for a fact when weed is legalized, McGruff the crime dog is going to drape himself in the American flag and shoot himself because he lost the war.
Oh.
This isn't the country I fought for.
Either that or he's going to be working at the weed store.
Well, McGruff meant well. It's just that he was a tool of fascism. What can I say? And he was trying to get heroin off the street. You know, give him props for that.
Yeah, hard drugs.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, there's drugs and then there's drugs. But, you know, that can open up a whole new conversation of what is a drug and what sort of level of drugs. And do we have a right to say any drug is justifiable? But, I mean, I grew up in Dublin in the 90s and I saw what heroin could do. And there's a big difference between a cup of coffee and shooting a 12-year-old shooting up.
I've just got this mental image of McGruff working in the weed store. He's like middle-aged and blitzed out of his mind like Towley from South Park.
He's got like a
he just doesn't care anymore.
Shirt, like a t-shirt on for like the local weed chain, and he's got like bags under his eyes, and you can see he's so wrecked he doesn't care about anything anymore.
Yeah, I lost my brother and my sister-in-law last year to that shit.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So like, I'd always heard that shit. It's bad for you.
My dad was
like really bad.
That's what killed him. He let alcohol speed it up, but before I was born, he partook in opioids, and it was only alcohol that actually brought him out of it. I probably would have never known him otherwise. He probably would have died. Like he was trying that shit in the late 50s. Like he was old by the time I was born.
Oh yeah.
That shit will destroy your life. There is no positives about it. So when I hear like all drugs should be legal, I'm like, yeah, but hopefully there'll be like systems set up to help people, because each drug will have its own different effects. And don't get me wrong, I'm currently drinking alcohol right now. This shit needs to be regulated far more than it is. Like alcohol is destructive.
It's dangerous as fuck.
Alcohol will destroy families, will destroy bodies, will destroy mindsets, will destroy people. It's like Russia is a great example of that. Russia, after the Soviet Union fell apart and just beforehand, about 40% could be active of the male population could be classed as alcoholic. And that's out of a population of millions and millions of people. That's insane. Spending all day every day just shit-faced. But, you know, like saying that, it's their body, their choice. But the thing is, there has to be systems set up to help people. And if need be, cut them off. I'm okay with drugs being legalized, but I also think that there should be like some sort of almost like government mandate, like you've reached your limit, you have to pull back for the sake of yourself and others. But that opens up new conversations, so I don't know. It's all very abstract right now. I'd like to see a country just go full on every drug legal and see what the first 10 years of it is like. It's probably just be pure chaos.
Yeah. I know there are a couple of countries where drugs in general are decriminalized.
Portugal is one.
Yeah, Portugal's one. But they also have social support networks built up that are funded by the taxes from the government and everything, where people can go and do these drugs in a safe, monitored environment.
Americans to degree. Oh, sorry, Durt.
No, sorry, I just read the title of this and I was grossed out.
Yeah,
Mom
again,
pulls
this
up
is CA. The same. I think it's the same people.
Hey, Mom,
Yeah.
will you take me to meet this girl I met on the internet?
I was so curious about this. I only watched like a little bit of it, just to see if it's not just like fucking like clickbait. But I can't imagine how this is gonna pan out. Like, what's gonna happen? Like, he's gonna show up with his ma driving him.
This is Peter. You have big dick.
Well, I think so. Send it to me. What, mail it like Van Gogh with the fucking ear? Cleaver.
Let me get some ice. Just a minute.
I don't like sending pictures online. You never know. Peter, where are you at? Stanton, kinda by Twitter Reed Park. How old are you? Give me your address. I'm only a 14. Is that okay? Yes, it is okay.
No,
It's
yes,
okay.
it's okay. Okay, that's good. Why? Why is that good?
Can you bring me food? I'll bring myself. Hello?
This guy's not much of a conversationalist, is he?
Oh!
Fuck.
This fucking kumquat has gained sentience and is a child predator. Good to know.
And mom enables it, I guess.
Right before I started, I let him know I was 14 once again.
Okay, I'll send you a picture. Okay. Hello?
What's she doing?
Send my picture of the creep.
Let me see. That's cute.
I have to admit that they're using their power for memes rather than for good. Like, if they have the ability to pin these motherfuckers down, they should really have the place in the wings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, they're just gonna let him go. And although their faces aren't hidden, at the same time, it's not gonna get anything done. They're just gonna be more cautious, but they're still gonna do what they're gonna do.
Exactly.
Now, you know what's a great
why if you let them get away, you just
You're technically making them better at it
Yeah,
by letting them know how they screwed up.
You're like giving them a test run to a real, like, predator hunter.
Now, you know who doesn't put up with this shit?
No, why? Huh? Why? What do you mean, why?
Bikers.
You came here to meet a 14-year-old?
Yeah.
No, why?
Oh, no.
yeah.
What do you mean, no,
Actually,
why?
should be doing this shit, but they couldn't
Game
record it
changes.
because these people would
Meet
just
a
disappear.
14-year-old boy.
Yeah.
How old are you?
They probably are doing that shit.
How old are you? 34, why? Oof.
Jeez, this motherfucker's older than me.
Not good for you. You too, y'all. Huh? Don't go anywhere.
He's got a creepy grin on him. He's like, hey.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, oh my god, he reminds me of the pot of greed from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Don't go anywhere.
Pot of sleaze.
You're gonna get in trouble.
Why is he holding it on?
Yeah, that's gonna get a lot worse.
Yeah.
Police involved and everything.
He's
Yep.
Napoleon.
Don't go.
He's walking like a vampire.
Why are you coming to meet with the
I
14-year-old?
didn't know vampires had a certain look.
But
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have
we
the
got, like,
messages.
the
You
little-
came here to meet with the 14-year-old.
Fucking Pearl from Blade.
He needs to have the cape so he can be holding the cape in front
You were
of him.
trying to
Yeah, there you
have
go.
sex with an underage person.
Yeah.
You could see, by the time they left the court, you could see there that he's kind of like, the smile's gone. He's like, okay, mom, I need to go home.
Yeah.
I need to go home. Abort? Oh, honey, I tried to abort you years ago. I mean, yeah, sure, I'll be around in a minute.
Oh.
You asked him how big is your cock.
Can I still abort my baby?
man,
He's in the
back down.
70th trimester.
Yeah, he's
You know what the thing is?
34.
I have a feeling this mother knows full well what he's doing, and she's still enabling him to do it.
I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, like, there is that maybe he's just being a piece of shit. He's like, hey, mom, take me to the park to meet my friend. And now he's like calling her like, hey, come back. Sorry, something's wrong.
That's what I'm actually hoping, because that means the mother at least was like oblivious to this shit.
That's the best you could.
Yeah, but I hope these kids, if they're going to do anything positive in this, they're going to go and tell her why they're hounding her son right to the car.
Why are you doing that?
Huh? No.
Leave you alone?
No, you're not going to
You
be
came here to meet a 14-year-old boy. Shut up.
Just shut up.
So my mom's right there.
Your mom's right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to tell my mom.
I'm going to tell my
Seemed
mom that you
awful bold.
ruined my fucking child grooming enterprise.
He seemed awful bold through text message, but he seems so shy now.
Well, that's an internet tough guy in a nutshell. 90%
Yeah, I know.
of people you ever will meet who will fucking act like a piece of shit online will clam up and back off when you meet them in real life. The 10% are the ones you have to watch out for, because they might take it all the way to the extreme. Like, those are the motherfuckers you got to be scared of. But you never know until you know, right? The rest of them, they'll scarper and run or be like, well, we have disagreements, but I still respect you and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, your mom's right there? Oh, goodness.
You came here to meet a 14-year-old boy, you know that, right?
With the
Oh, there's a face of a woman who was just told that her child does that sort of thing. Damn.
She's like, what?
You're gonna have to repeat, honey. My ears are getting bad. Did you say my child? My son is a
14-year-old boy?
He asked him, how big is your cock?
We have messages and everything.
Get that license plate.
Oh, you almost got that license plate.
Same.
Oh, wait, there you go.
I'm gonna stay in the good range and assume the rest of the car ride home is her screeching and hitting him and saying,
one hopes,
I didn't raise you like that. Where did you get
passenger seat?
What was he hoping to achieve? Was he going to get into the kid was going to get in the back seat with her? Like with her in the car? Like, this is my mom. Oh, wow. Are you going to watch? What the fuck?
Is it a threesome?
I mean, I knew you were fucked up. We might as well go all the way. Like, what the fuck? Like, here's some no context humans. I've been kind of binging their tweets for the past while.
That's a waste of cake.
Oh no!
What's going on with this guy?
He just wanted some cake.
That glorious hat, though.
I know, but I love his face. He's like, so you're gonna pass? Oh, okay. I'm just glad you could turn up. It's your birthdays too, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. If she didn't throw it, are they American?
Those were about as much American as American can be.
Fair enough. Never mind. I was about to say they might not eat it with them smashing her face in it because COVID, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. It didn't look like it was a very good cake anyway.
Yeah, it looked very dry actually.
Way too much fondant.
Here's some actual positive news. Japan's failure to recognize same-sex marriage unconstitutional. Court ruled. First step, a major step too. Marriage unconstitutional.
I get the government or what?
Yeah, like the actual a court in Japan declared that Japan's failure to recognize same-sex marriage is unconstitutional. A court ruled today in a landmark first verdict on the issue that was welcomed with joy by campaigners. More than a dozen same-sex More than a dozen same-sex couples filed lawsuits in district courts across Japan in 2019, accusing the government of discrimination as the only G7 nation that still does not recognize gay unions. First to the case to reach a verdict, the northern city of Sapporo set a stage for more pressure on lawmakers and representatives. A significant win for equality activists. The court said not providing ways same-sex couples to enjoy a part of the legal effects that was arise from marriage violates Article 14 of the Constitution, which stipulates equality for all peoples under the law. Opposition lawmaker Kaneko Ozitsu, probably butchered that name, one of the few openly gay Japanese politicians, Jesus, there's probably like three of them, said in a tweet she was truly, truly happy about the verdict. The ruling urged a diet and its legislative branch, government to deliberate and propose amendment to civil code to make same-sex marriage possible. All right.
Well, about fucking time, eh?
Yeah, it's a step in the right direction. It's
way too goddamn slow step, but at least it finally happened.
Yeah, only recently did the government allow women to step in on government meetings. Up to that point, no woman was allowed into like major cabinet meetings whatsoever.
Gross.
Yeah.
What's wrong with these people?
If there was a woman, because they have like female members of the Diet. If one of those women had to be brought in, they would actually have to get an assistant who was male to stand in for them.
Disgusting.
Arguably for Japan, women would be more important, at least in the context of the future of the country.
Especially
just off
their population drop and everything.
Yeah, because I mean, one man, just throw him at women, but a woman is more important for a reproductive purpose.
If you mean by like the bloodline, don't they normally see it as the reverse, where like men kind of promote the bloodline rather than females promote the bloodline? I'm thinking like if you're talking about like ethnic Japanese.
No, I'm talking about just from a stance of if they're wanting to get their population up as much as they are stating.
Yeah. That's why
they could do
on the
with
down low there's an actual YouTube channel where a guy goes around and in English asks Japanese women what do they like about Western men, and then it's like links to like dating websites and like work schemes. It's a very subtle hint, clearly hired by the Japanese government to get people to come over and, you know, do the deeds so their populations keep dropping. Because it's not just in Japan. All the Western world, and even in China to some degree, and even in India in some elements, are all noticing slow declines, because as your country reaches like quote unquote first world status, your population starts to decay like really quickly. It's just what happens. It's insane.
Your reproductive rate slows, and it gets to the point that you can't replace people as fast as they are dying
off. And that would be bad enough. But then, of course, you've also got to look after the elderly. Who's going to look after the elderly? Well, someone has to. So that means more jobs have to be allocated. But with fewer people go around, like it's happening all over the Western world. And it's happening all over, like I said, China and India. And Japan is the one everyone always looks at, probably with a little bit of fetishism going on, because now people are like, now I can go to Japan and have tons of sex. Oh, really? Apply for it then. Oh, well, I don't want to leave my mom. She probably would pay to get you out of the house.
I just want to go to Japan so I can buy a beer out of a vending machine and drink it on the street.
I've had that in Paris. It's usually lukewarm, and it's a little Coke can ones. And I was drinking a beer in the street today. Trust me.
I don't care.
It
would be worth the novelty.
It's definitely worth the novelty for sure. But I mean, if you're gonna go for Japan, you might as well go for the Japan novelty. Bring money, lots of money. That ain't a cheap country. I've never been, but everyone I know has been there. Money, money, and money some more. You need a shit ton of money just to open your eyes in that country. And God help you if you're trying to find an accommodation. Okay, so this is I'm gonna keep it muted because he's playing a Cardi B song, but it's text. So all right, so this old lady had the nerve to ask if I needed the disabled site. As you can see here,
I saw this.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, my girlfriend watches a lot of TikTok. So I would see a lot of TikTok.
I'm not a huge fan of TikTok, but every once in a while I'll throw out shit like this. I know it's the future, but I'm old, so I don't know.
But yeah, this old lady, he hopped out his car. She's like, "Excuse me, like, you know, is that your disabled card or whatever?" This, yeah. And then she was like, yeah, he got pissed off and he came out and he was like, yeah, I got one fucking leg. It's my fucking card. It's there, so people like you don't have to fucking ask about it, you know? That just sucks.
Yeah. Now, there's a reason why only police officers are allowed to do this in the U.S. anyways. Like ask if a card is yours, because they all have identification numbers.
Oh, okay, so they can check it.
Yeah, because they, by law, are not allowed to ask you if you have any sort of medical conditions. Like only doctors and stuff can do that for the purpose of administering medicine and things of that nature. You cannot require that somebody provide that to you in such a manner. So they actually have to check it and then check your ID.
Okay. Over here, I think it is just the slip. But even if you try to make a counterfeit one, if a police, or in our case a guard, which the guard of Shitakana, that's our police, if they spot you faking it, the fines are staggeringly high, as well as jail time. So you wouldn't be dumb enough to do it without some sort of proof. I think if you get it, you also get like a sort of signed card that you have next to your driving license that says, like, yes, this person has such and such and such and such, but they're going to grill you first before they ask you to pass it over so they can check it. So there is some rules and regulations, but it's not as specific as in the States.
Yeah, it's if I'm not mistaken, like the penalty for forging something like that in the U.S. is also quite steep, especially because we do have them where they're actually on the license plates.
I don't think we do that.
I'm fairly certain I've seen a few of those around here before. I would imagine it's even steeper for that because it's the DMV as opposed to necessarily a state government.
Oh, by the way, folks, if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. And with that, we go to one of our numerous classics, Karen's in the Wild.
Karen's in the Wild.
Excuse me, I've been outside the drink. You may be getting some shit rum here.
Some shit rum.
Ma'am.
Wrong.
I'll say
my rum is fine.
You leave, you have to leave.
You get some shit rum here. That's what I...
That's just Ron.
Well, then you have to abide by the rules, and you have to have a mask on.
This is a state.
It's not.
It's always masks with the Karens nowadays.
It is. There was a time where Karens were just annoyed at black people. Now it's all about masks. Like, if we not get back to the classics, can we not be like, that Mexican shouldn't be here? They couldn't be able to afford it. That's the CEO of this building.
Sometimes it's dog too. You get afraid of like a dog. Somebody's walking their dog in the park, and then they start.
No, you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here with the dog. It's like a dog park.
I just love all these Karens getting arrested these days. It's great.
That's why I always aim for the ones that do get arrested. Get some sort of comeuppance to them. One of these days, though, I want to see one that gets decked right in the face. That's what
I'm sure. If you search Karen gets decked, because I'm sure
it's out there, but I don't want. I want it to happen naturally one of these days, because I do sift through some Karens. I don't sift through deep. I don't go deep lower Karen.
You don't go deep Karen.
You never go full Karen.
The right
I think this lady's about to.
Even if you're not wearing a mask, that's their choice. Awesome. Well, you need to go and get a mask and then take your money out. You're not allowed to do.
A lot of places out here, what they do is they just offer you a mask if you don't have one. They'll be like, all right, fair enough. We've got a mask right here.
Yeah, same.
So
they'll just have like a rack of them at the door.
Yeah.
Ma'am, listen, we're going to do this. Easy way or the hard way?
Oh, we have tons of
Yes, for intruding on premises.
That's hilarious.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, and you believe in this?
I believe in it.
Do you believe in this?
The laws, yes.
The law says that I do not have to wear a mask.
No, your law says you have to wear a mask because if it's the policy of the building.
There's so many people that misunderstand this, that think businesses are just public government-owned spaces.
They almost had a riot on their hands when the two presenters were like, look, I know a lot of you are angry because we're wearing masks, but as we see it, we're in someone else's home and we have to boo, boo.
We have
and they're like, look, we're sorry.
Pathetic.
And they tried to explain the law and they're like, lies.
That's fascist bullshit.
That's how communists take over. Bill Gates will take over our skulls.
Not to say that politicians haven't done anything illegal before, but you've got the literal people who make the law explaining this shit to you.
What I love is when they try to like disregard a cop, and the cop's like, okay, yeah, so we all study law, right? And they're like, no, you didn't. I never seen you on any of my Facebook groups.
Yeah. If you're not in my specific Facebook group, you didn't study law at all, ever. Every person in the country who studied law is in my Facebook group.
My old alma mater, the Facebook group. Mark Zuckerberg gives you a diploma at the end of the year.
Yeah.
The best legal advice that I've ever gotten, which I'm giving as an anecdote and not legal advice, is shut up and ask for a lawyer if you're being arrested.
That's great legal advice, actually.
That's fantastic legal advice.
Shut the fuck up Friday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually, you guys enjoy this. I need to grab another beer, and I also need to use the well-endowed boys' room. Don't you let that bitch tell you otherwise.
Don't forget to unpause it before you go.
This is not a public place. This is a private. No, you're not.
Just make it
We're
short.
going to go outside.
God, you have such little faith in this.
Do I look like I'm kidding?
I know, right?
I know, because
Let's walk outside.
you've got some issues.
I've got issues.
That you're taking away
Okay.
people's human rights.
Okay. Let's go outside.
It's my right not to wear a mask.
Shoot me for trying
It's my right to die
Cool.
of a disease.
You're gonna
Somebody
shoot
else
me?
that way.
She's like, you're
don't
gonna
do that.
shoot me?
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
Who do you think you are?
2010, one
Oh,
assistant.
back up. Some old lady is getting handcuffed here.
I mean, yeah, some old lady is getting handcuffed.
Man,
Huh?
put your hands behind your back.
They always play the victim, don't they?
Say, you don't stop resisting. Stop.
Yeah, they think that they'll get that the guard or the police officer or whoever will get embarrassed and stop doing it.
Or like everybody else is going to dogpile the cop to stop this or something.
Could have been like the dude at the protest, the old dude who was walking up to the cops and they just knocked into the
private area. Put your hands behind your back.
Well, I don't see anybody being choked to death.
This one, turn over on your stomach. Put your hand behind your back. Relax.
I'm totally relaxed.
There you go.
Oh, you are not relaxed.
Please,
Not relaxed at all.
right here, people. Wow, what a bunch of sheep.
Here we go, trespasser.
What a bunch of sheep.
You're hurting me.
Oh, I'm filming it.
This is like
Yeah,
this is
okay.
like cutting
Stand up. Stand up. Stand yourself up.
And how do you suggest, sir? I'm like a 65-year-old woman here.
Okay. Sit up.
What are you doing?
Stand up.
A little bit of granny fanny.
Ayúdame, por favor.
Stand up.
Ayúdame, por favor.
Ayúdame, por favor.
All right, so what
Get out of here. She's speaking Spanish, and yeah, you got a good look at her granny fanny.
And of course the victim blaming, obviously as well.
I think just after the failed coup there at the capital, the ones at the airport were the most gratifying ones. Like when they would be like on the no-fly zone, the no-fly list, and they would just be dragged off by like FBI agents, and they were like,
yeah,
because normally I can't stand the FBI. They're scumbags. They are absolute pieces of shit that dictate so much to so many people. But hell, look at them doing their actual job. They're dealing with threats to America. Great stuff.
Well,
yep.
Well, look at that. When they're not, being fascist dickheads, they actually do their job quite nicely.
Isn't it amazing how you break a law and then you get arrested for breaking that law?
Also love the ones where we've seen more than one where like the Karen has been forced off the plane and everyone's like, woo! Yeah. No one has time for that bitch.
I'm always amazed at these people who thought that just breaking into Senate and fucking around with somebody's office was just totally acceptable behavior.
They honestly were children who didn't understand that the real world had consequences. And they did. And some of them are still in hiding. If I'm right, what's his name? Baked Alaska's been arrested.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much time he's going to do.
Oh, not enough in my book. By the time he gets
whatever the number is not enough, yeah. That guy's just a general piece of shit all around, though.
Like, by the time
I recognize...
Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, I recognize the dude's name, and I recognize the fact that I've heard that he's been arrested. I do not know what he does. I'm assuming he's
Okay, so
Definitely
he's a alt-right online sort of like would you
He's an
say
IRL streamer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
He's one of those guys that goes
himself
around
for,
and harasses.
Streamlabs. Yeah.
He'll go harass employees for doing their job and telling them that he has to wear a mask, and then he'll insult them and call them fat.
Before that, he would do it for women who had like purple and pink hair. He did active like find them out and just be like, ah! Like he would just. He's good friends with people like Nick Fuentes and.
Which tells you all you need to know about him right there.
Steven Crowder.
Yeah, I'm aware of the ilk now that you've elaborated a little bit.
Well, he's an extremely punchable piece of shit.
He streamed the whole thing, and he streamed like he was in the Capitol building, and then he vanished, and then he got arrested.
Wasn't he the one that was playing around with Pelosi's phone?
I think he was the one recording the guy who did it because he's been arrested too. Okay. I think he was a separate one, but that what if I remember right? What happened was Alaska got himself arrested, got himself released on bail, tried to skip on bail, and got himself arrested again. He didn't show up to his court appearance. That's right, he didn't show up to his court appearance, and then
that guy.
You know what that means? Fucking bounty hunter time. Once you don't show up, it's time for Dog the bounty hunter to come out of his fucking kennel.
You know what kills me about the whole coup thing? That if you guys didn't know, like a couple of days after the coup, it had been revealed, I think on like Tucker Carlson or some bullshit like that, that Bank of America handed over some financial records that the FBI had requested. And they're like, that's illegal. They're not allowed to do that without my permission. Actually, no, they are. In fact, they're legally obligated to do so if any government organization asks that information, potentially leading to the arrest.
That's like saying a priest isn't allowed to tell, or a doctor isn't allowed to tell the authorities. No, they are. Like doctor-patient confidentiality doesn't go so far as a fucking court order, and neither does priest. I suppose parishioner confidentiality doesn't work either. Like there's nothing higher than a fucking court order coming down except the Supreme Court, or I suppose a president's pardon, which
that needs to be done away with.
Yeah, it's kind of like
I'm not sure if we have that in Canada.
No, because you have a little thing left over called the Constitution, which I find fucking hilarious. Because ironically,
so do they, but they don't seem to care much.
America's Constitution is a little bit different.
Although, to be fair, with how fucked up our legal system is, like thoroughly fucked. Like there are some circumstances where a lawyer has to go in and cite cases from like 200 years ago, because that's the only case that has set the precedent for what the fuck is going on. That I kind of understand the necessity of it to a degree, but it's a problem of our own making.
The legal system in the States is a little bit too obsessed with precedent.
Yeah. But that's because it's based off a society that obsesses over its founders. Like it obsesses over the founders the same way as, I suppose, Iran obsesses over Muhammad, you know?
And you would think like maybe they understood that their founders wanted shit to change. That's why they put a little.
Said every 18 years the Constitution and even the Bill of Rights would have to be updated because new generations come in with new problems, and that's a motherfucker who would be denounced these days for being the rapist slave owner that he is. But you know what? He was fucking right. Every generation comes with its own problems, usually inherited from the previous generation. And a government should be there to be able to mediate those new problems. Instead,
absolutely,
America, despite its youth, is obsessed with ancestry. Maybe not like in the sense of bloodlines. Like, who the fucking... I've met tons of Americans who are like, oh, I'm related to George Washington. I'm related to Robert E. Lee. Well, yeah, but you're not getting... Except for maybe a Kennedy, you're not getting into office. And even then, I'll guarantee you there's like an obscure Kennedy relation who is like running a fucking petrol station somewhere out in fucking Virginia or like Pennsylvania or something like that, and he's like, "Oh, I don't get involved in family politics."
By the way, real quick, nice little thing. There are no direct descendants, rather, of Washington.
Yeah, because he didn't have kids, did he? It went through his.
Yeah, either he or his wife. Presumably,
it goes through
was
Robert E.
infertile.
Lee, because Robert E. Lee was married into him. So if you can trace your ancestry back to Robert E. Lee, you can, in theory, because he married into Washington's great grandniece, if I remember right, was Cuspis, if I remember right, his Lee's wife. Which
Why the fuck didn't
remember that? Like, very few people remember that. Also, his dad was a big a friend of Washington, because cliques existed even in democracies. Sorry, go on.
It wasn't Lincoln. Didn't Lincoln, like, I know he had a child who died. Did he ever have any children who actually survived?
Oh yeah, Lincoln had his eldest survived the war, and his eldest had to eventually commit his mother after the assassination to the insane asylum. I don't know what happened after that, but I think he married too, which means that there might indeed be Lincolnites still around to this day.
Nice.
Which is a cool idea. But again, Americans care more about where you came from before the Mayflower than you ever do what happened afterwards. Unless you have like a big name, like I'm related to FDR. Oh, so you're Roosevelt? No, but we married into it like 20, 30 years ago.
I'm actually let's see if my great grandmother's. I guess I'm a fourth generation American, a third actually. I guess a third generation born American, and supposedly I can trace my ancestry back to Alexander Graham Bell.
Ooh, there's a name.
Yep. Where's my fucking telephone money?
Go to Cleveland. I've met people who would set you up.
Get
you lunch.
I don't quite know that too terribly much about my ancestry. I know that given the fact that I have a quite fair complexion with red hair, I would imagine that I'm probably mostly Irish
or Scottish.
Yeah, or Scottish. Yeah, which just so happens a lot of people of Irish, Scottish, as well as even Italian, came down. Italian and German came down to the southern Appalachians because they were more discriminated against up north, and they liked it better here because it was more isolated. They didn't have to put up with people being dickheads all that much.
Well, sure. That's how you've got a big one. That's why you've got a big Italian American community in like places like Kansas City and shit like that. Everyone moved out west. I mean, if you were promised a huge chunk of land, if you could just get out there, you'd probably do it if you had no prospects at home. What have you got to lose at that point?
Yeah, and there were even some points where even if you had decent prospects at home, where there were mass migration events across the U.S., such as the Gold Rush, and even crossing borders from Canada into the U.S. and vice versa.
I always wondered how they enforced the borders before the modern age, before the age of the car. On horseback, I imagine the Mounties.
They barely did. That's how.
Yeah, I imagine the Mounties. That was like their main job, just moving back and forth across the border in a hopeless task. But I mean, I know during the Prohibition era, that was one of the major imports. Canadian Dry would just flood places like Chicago and shit like that.
Now, something I do know about my ancestry is that I believe he was my great-grandpa, did sell moonshine during Prohibition.
Fuck yeah.
He would actually sell it in front of the courthouse, and he'd have it in a paper bag. This is a story coming from my grandmother, obviously, so take it with a grain of salt. You know, family stories get exaggerated somewhat over time, but he would sell it in front of the courthouse. He'd have it in a paper bag, and he would get the money from the person buying, and say, "I'll be right back with it in a second," and put the paper and asked him to hold the paper bag, then fucking drove off. It was in the bag.
Yeah, that's clever.
My family, well, Jesus, how long? We don't have as much time as I'd need to tell my whole family story. But one thing I like from my Irish side of my family, which I don't talk about enough, is that my grandmother's grandfather was the original baker who sold off to, I believe it was Brennan's Bakery. Now, Brennan's is a major bakery in Ireland. Like, if out here in the countryside, you go out to the Aran Islands out far west, you'll find loaves of bakery of Brennan's. But if you go online, you'll find that they started off in a little tiny bakery on the south of Dublin. Well, they didn't start off it; they bought it off a failing baker, and that was my great possibly grandfather. And if I'm right, he sold it for £80. A whole building for £80. But
I mean, back then
it was enough to probably square up his debts.
I'd imagine that's when the
British
would it have been the silver standard was still in effect?
Oh, it would have been proper like British pounds back then. This would have been long before 1920 and stuff like that.
Pound sterling.
Pound sterling, good sir. Pound sterling. It would have been Victoria's era and stuff like that. So Dublin would have been expanding. Unfortunately, it would have been during the middle of the famine, most likely. But Dublin didn't suffer the famine. It was a little isolated pocket of wealth in a sea, because all of them, you see, Dublin was the biggest trade port in the British Empire outside of Britain itself, because it was the most developed, because it's right by Britain. So it would just trade constantly back and forth. And it was so anyone who lived in Dublin was considered very affluent, even if they were like working class, working in a shitty factory or a workhouse or a failing bakery, because nowadays that building would be worth millions, if not tens of billions.
So your family's what your great grandfather, I believe you said, had sold became corporate propaganda, is what it sounds like. Yeah, we started out here.
Yeah, this is where we started out. No, a collection of people showed up and went like, "Yeah, we'll buy you off," and they're like, "Oh, thank Christ! I get to feed my family." Like his priorities were very different back then. But they turned that around.
Speaking of Ireland, though. Speaking of Ireland, we got any Steve-O today?
I had a feeling you'd be going in that direction, and I do believe
we're running out of time, so we got to get our Steve-O.
That's right. We actually have to make it a little bit earlier today, don't we?
I mean, you guys can keep going a bit longer if you want, but I'm gonna have to dip out.
We barely touched our produce, so maybe that wouldn't be too bad. Durt and Kilo, you mind keep me company for a little while after Gren leaves?
How long you thinking? I hate to be that way. I'm just over here kind of like fatigued.
Oh, well, no. 10 extra minutes more, something like that. It wouldn't be like an hour or something like that.
Go all extra viewing in there.
Sir Steve-O.
I mean, we normally go half an hour late. It's just that I can't do that today is all.
Yeah. No, it's all right. Been having a fun stream so far. But we've barely touched our shit. If Prince Andrew was Irish, here's Sir Steve-O. Do either of you know who Sir Steve-O is before we begin?
No.
Also, the answer to your question, by the way, was I can go until midnight.
Well, that's my midnight, do you mean, or your midnight? Because my midnight's in like...
I can go to...
It obviously means his, because yours is already gone.
Well, no, mine's in like 9 minutes.
Forget that time zone.
Well, yeah, almost gone, I meant. Yeah.
Midnight is what I meant.
All right, fair enough. We'll keep it going for a little while longer.
Well, Prince Andrew, are you a paedophile?
Okay, so just a quick shout. Sir Steve-O is a stand-up Irish comic who he mostly plays a character called Farmer Murphy, but he also does other characters. But he sometimes puts his voice over recordings. The one with what's his name? Piers Morgan was fucking brilliant. How like an Irishman would treat Piers Morgan.
Yeah,
but
that was good,
especially after the whole Meghan thing went down. But here is his one. If Prince Andrew was Irish.
So let me get this straight. You're admitting to being... No, I didn't say that. You're confusing your words there. What is a paedophile? If, for example, I went off with a 14-year-old girl and made love to her, does that make me a paedophile? I think not. Because, look, if you look at the itty-gritty here now, you know, I touched a small few girdles with a good friend of mine. Now, he might be a paedophile, but I don't think I am. What do you think? Do you really think I could be? And when you listen to what I say carefully, you'll realise I'm full of shit. You know? So, Prince Andrew, are you No, I mean, yes. No, it depends on the girline you're touching. So you were...
The girline. I've never heard that before. The girline.
You're in Jeffrey Epstein's house with girls coming and going. Do you actually admit to that, you know?
Oh, this reminds me. We'll do the one thing we can do while you're still here, Krandar, and then we'll go, because I want to get as many people's feedback on this as possible. The tiered list.
Look, everyone's getting awful confused about my sexuality. Well, I'll tell you this much. If there's a load of girls and say I accidentally touch them, but it's not me touching them, it'd be my hands. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Do you get... That's logical. So, Prince Andrew, I'll ask you this once again. Are you a paedophile? Maybe. Well, no. I haven't made up a good enough lie yet.
Fun of what he actually said.
Oh yeah, that's the
look of young girls.
Like he's
put
just
it that way.
paraphrasing.
But no, I wouldn't believe in dating them. Just abusing them a bit. Fuck. Hello? Cut the tape.
All right, so since these guys have not seen Steve-O before, shall we give him the classic?
We'll give you a classic.
Give him the classic. There are no gays in Ireland one.
Yeah. Okay. Sir Steve-O, Timothy. Yeah, because that was my bad for not giving you context of this. This is what we know.
Fucking recognize him now that I see his face.
He became a
This is my favorite one.
So now that the referendum's passed, do you think you're going to get invited to any gay weddings?
Huh?
You know, like any of your friends who are getting married?
Say that again, Kathleen. Now, I'm a bit on the confused and you're doing me a concern.
Right.
Bit on the confused and you're doing me a concern.
Now that the marriage referendum has passed...
Yes.
Yeah, remember we voted. Do you think that you're going to get invited to any gay
Kathleen,
weddings?
There's no gays in Ireland.
What?
You're confused again. You got the misconceptions inside in that chip-like brain you have.
What do you mean?
There's no gays in Ireland.
Of course there
That's
is.
a thing the Americans do have.
Of course, there's gays everywhere.
They're not!
What about, like, Louis Walsh is gay?
He's not gay. He's a singing man.
But he's gay.
He's not. He's a singing man. Some people are singing men.
Brian Kennedy, he's gay.
He likes to do a jig. Is all he likes to do is a jig.
Gay. He jigs with men.
He's flamboyant, Kathleen. He's not gay.
This is terrifyingly accurate of how many people around here probably processed, like, when one of their favorite celebrities came out as gay or trans or something like that. Like,
he's just a singing man.
He's flamboyant.
He's just flamboyant.
Okay, but Graham...
Maybe he was confused, but if he needs a nice woman, now he'll settle down and he'll have children.
I don't think so. Graham
like
Norton...
the church, Graham Norton is another flamboyant
He's
man.
definitely gay
He's
and everyone
gay.
knows.
Kathleen, he's not gay. He's an entertaining man. An entertainer, Kathleen. That's what they do. They pretend to be a bit edgy.
But then why did we bother passing the referendum at all?
In case the rich foreign queers come over and we can take their money, Kathleen.
Is that it?
That's it.
Oh, thank you.
Which is a very Irish response. Like,
also, I really like the contrast between them. Like, he's a raving lunatic. She's just so sweet and soft and gentle and calm.
Oh, that's how it is. Especially if they're related. I swear to fucking Christ, they will just be like, well, don't you think? No, the world is flat and it's made out of cucumber, all right? Right. It's a lovely day we're having, isn't it? Sure, but there's not enough cucumber. There's never enough cucumber.
You're wrong. It's made out of aubergine.
Now, don't be starting on that now. You be trying to laugh right now, right? I love his stuff. But we have. This is something I want with all of yous. Conspiracy theories maker tiered list. Because a while back we did a tiered list.
Oh, there's a lot of them. I was like, I'm a clean house. This is a lot of them. Bigfoot is. Sorry, he's pretty recognizable right there.
Let's start with Bigfoot. F to S.
I wouldn't put him at an S because it's fucking Bigfoot, but he's definitely A. I'd put Bigfoot at A.
Well, here's the question: how are we ranking this exactly?
Yeah, you're right. What's the
believability or ridiculousness or what?
So, is this going to be believability
sheer
or
awesomeness?
Just awesome? All right. Let's go with that. Let's do a further one. Awesomeness.
A tier.
Bigfoot's kind of lame.
Definitely.
You don't think Bigfoot's awesome, dude? See?
Bigfoot's lame.
Okay,
I'll meet you in the middle. Oh, there's no B? Well, I guess C it is.
Right? There's no B. That's weird.
Yeah. I am going to put him, if we're going by awesomeness, he is kind of lame compared to some of the other ones here.
Yeah,
I mean, fair. Bigfoot put up against Jeffrey Epstein's murder. I mean,
Jeffrey Epstein's murder is definitely very, very lame.
There's a considerable number of grown-ass people in the world who believe in the ape man. It's got to count for something.
I think the
awesome.
Society around Bigfoot is cooler than Bigfoot himself. The world has been built up around.
Neither of them are cool at all, but...
I don't know. Have you never been Bigfoot?
You know what? Let's move them up to A just because there's a Bigfoot Hunter video game that trolls its players because there's no actual Bigfoot in it.
And there is that is definitely worthy of an A. But I'm also thinking from Red Dead as well.
Yeah.
Oh, is he in there?
That was actually a reference to in GTA San Andreas. There was a long-running myth that you could find Bigfoot back before people started mining data, and you could still have video game myths. How
about 5G? 5G causes enter name here.
Oh.
F or S?
F.
Yeah, I agree. There's nothing awesome about that.
It's just
there's nothing even interesting or cool about it. It's just a bunch of dumbasses.
How about the Matrix? That we're all living in
a conspiracy theory with this? What?
I would say yes.
I'd say that's just reality.
Yeah, people have died over the Matrix. People.
Wait.
People.
Why is this in a conspiracy list though? What?
Okay.
So reality is a simulation.
The hell?
Yeah. Basically, imagine if someone believed
the theory that reality is like the Matrix. You mean?
Yeah, not that. Although they use the Matrix as a vague illusion because it's the only thing that the culture would understand.
The reality is a simulation thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So S, A, or C?
No, dude. The Matrix is real, and Morpheus gave me the pill.
I'll give it A. It's a pretty stupid theory, but at least it's an interesting concept.
Every day.
I agree with A, honestly. I mean, like I said,
but you guys have fun with your tier list. I gotta run.
Scientifically possible.
Sure thing there, Krendar. And you want to shield before you go?
Yeah, we'll be streaming in an hour, which is why I have to go now. I gotta recharge these earbuds and eat something.
Okay.
But drop by for some sort of indie game called Luca Born of a Dream. I don't know much about it, but gonna try it out.
Get born into a dream.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a good one,
for a first time in a long time, it's just me going solo, except for our amazing guests. Now that the killjoy is gone, we can focus on what really matters: whether or not there is fluoride in the water, and whether or not that is cool or not.
Definitely not.
Yeah,
Lame
that one's also an
conspiracy.
F tier. There is definitely fluoride in the water, but it doesn't mean shit.
Whatever, man. You only think it's not. It doesn't mean shit because your pineal gland's already calcified.
Somebody's been drinking the non-fluoride Kool-Aid.
Overly fluorinated Kool-Aid, maybe.
You just
now
gotta
40% less fluoride. 20%.
Decalcify your pineal gland, man. I did it with like fucking sound waves and butt chugging herbal tea.
I just have your face now giant across your TV screen. It actually looks trippy as fuck. I love it.
Oh no, it's cutting out, and I've moved to the bottom right corner. Well, my icon
I'll
has.
fix you. I'll put you quite center in a moment. Momentario. That's any language, Joe. Momentario. I didn't believe that, like, at first that fluoride, like, was in the water, and when I found out, I was like, oh, what's the downsides? Nothing really, except for all these crazy people says that it is.
Whatever, man.
What?
You don't realize what it's doing to your astral body.
Don't let me bring up that knockoff version of Jenna Body Mind we've watched a few times.
What, improving the average population's dental health? What kind of benefit is that?
Teeth
cutting off your
fine
connection
as
to
they
the
are.
spirit realm.
They just so happen to be really, really, really hard to pin down. What the hell's going on with your picture there now, Durt? It was cool and now it's shite. I need to fix it. So, I see what happened here. My bad. I shall fix it.
I'll say this much. Epstein can go on F tier. That's not even a conspiracy. Everyone knows he was murdered.
Yeah, it's actually true. Yeah, if we were going on the opposite of like what is realistic and what isn't, I would have been 100% in agreement with you there. I'm not big into conspiracies, but Epstein, yeah, no, some shit went down there.
It is way too fucking convenient for way too fucking many people with a lot of fucking ability to throw their fucking weight around. It is more, I would argue to say that it is more improbable that he wasn't murdered.
I'm just going to step out. Oh, I've come back and suddenly he's dead. What are the chances?
I mean, by definition, yes, it was a conspiracy. Lots of people conspired to do this thing and lie about it. But to me, the definition of conspiracy has changed to the outlandish, wacky thing that the dude strung out on way too much meth believes because he has not enough fucking...
He doesn't have enough meth to make it interesting.
He's met the shadow people.
He's the shadow people told him, so it has to be real.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's actually technically two Epsteins. Oh, one Epstein is Epstein's death, which I assume is this one here because this is his mugshot. That one there is Trump, and the other one is Clinton. That Epstein. Oh, I'm going to put them both down there because of course he was involved.
What's that? Is that Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson's that kid?
So, did Michael touch or not touch? That's the real question.
Man, I put that. Vague. That's in a C or D to me, but I'd say closer to D, maybe D or F. But
D, I think.
I'm gonna go with D myself. By the way, now that Krendar is gone, we can open up to the chat. If you guys want to throw your 2 cents in, we'll be happy to hear you. Let's try the Illuminati.
I mean, that depends.
So vague.
Look, okay, so like whatever, like.
So how awesome would it be though if the world was really being ruled by some satanic cult pushing degeneracy? That would be pretty fucking awesome to me. Like, fuck yeah, do a rail of coke off of a hooker's titties and it's legal. Yeah, I'm down with that.
Absolutely. So
I don't know. I want to say C tier simply because it probably does exist. and B, if it does exist,
It's
it probably
not as
isn't
cool.
nearly as cool as
Yeah.
what people try to say it is.
What about the Freemasons and the same vibe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same deal, I'd say. I mean, honestly, I would just put that as F because that's literally just fucking Boy Scouts for old rich dudes.
It is.
Yeah.
I've actually met a few Masons in my time, and it's so boring as they describe what they do. I don't know what this one is.
Well, we all sit in a lodge and
We
have
eat sandwiches and talk about
and
golf.
Yeah.
It's so weird that so many important people in fucking American history have been in it, though. It is quite
that
weird.
symbol is on the sign that welcomes you to my town.
Yeah, it's on mine as well, I believe, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
have more respect for the Shriners than I do for the Freemasons.
Oh, I wasn't talking anything about respect. I'm just saying it's weird. Like, a lot of founding fathers were in there, a lot of presidents.
Oh, yeah, it was. But, I mean, that made more sense back then because that was just something they did because it was a rich boys club. It still is a rich boys club. Obama is a lizard person.
A tier. A tier.
All right, you're going to have to justify this one because it's so basic, bitch.
Well, it's not just Obama. It's all, like, Hillary Clinton's a lizard person, too. I mean, listen, like...
Now, I grew up... By the way, just to give some context, I grew up hearing David Icke shit, so...
That's what I'm saying. So, to me, this isn't just Obama's a lizard person. This is reptilians have infiltrated world governments in an attempt to overtake us. I think that's got to be at least an A to me. Because, like I said, people actually believe this shit, and that's fucking wacky.
Oh, they do. Fucking indeed, for sure at that.
Yeah, if it was just Obama, I would say C or D. But if we're going, like, the whole gamut, I would say high A.
I'm guessing this one is going to get some interesting... What the fuck happened to Tupac?
He died.
Oh,
Tupac
he died.
died.
But who pulled the trigger?
Oh. I was just wondering because I know some people who speculate that he is still fucking alive.
Nice. I want to hear their logic.
Yeah, maybe that's a conspiracy.
Well,
Tupac's
like,
still
there's...
alive.
Well, where's Elvis then? I don't see him anywhere in this list.
He's a newer, less famous rapper that has some ties to some fucking older rappers, and some of those older rappers that he knows knew Tupac, and he was like, "Yeah, when I went on a cruise from Mexico to Cuba, I saw Tupac in Cuba. We were like going around and a bunch of people latched onto that."
All right, but like,
yeah, I remember hearing that.
Do you think maybe that's like that sounds just like clout chasing?
I say throw it on.
Oh
a D.
yeah, it's definitely clout chasing, but like I said, a lot of people latched onto it. A lot of people.
I know that there's like way more deep state lore going on about Tupac. Like, for example, was he a victim of like betrayal, or was he a victim of just being like easily spotted,
murdered by the CIA?
Well, where's Malcolm X? You know, like I'm not seeing him here. Although I do see the CIA, and well, we'll get to them. So C or D? Because I'm gonna go with D because it's too vague. You need to pin it down harder. You know, you need to say like, this is the accusation. And Marlon, same vein.
Yeah.
Oh, Maryland. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think CIA killed her because she was going
nothing awesome about.
She make the Kennedys look bad.
I also like. There's also like a talk that like she was murdered by like Hollywood people to cover up abuses she went through.
That also could have been the case. I honestly just think that she was so depressed. Personally, I believe that she was so depressed and she was taking increasingly less good care of herself that she just OD'd.
Yeah.
But
there was also definitely depression factors there with lots
she
of
was
substance
incredibly
abuse.
depressed near the end of her life.
She really wanted kids, and she had like miscarried 3 or some shit like that.
If I'm right, I think her first husband beat one out of her when she was pregnant during the war, back before she became Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, like she had a lot of sadness in her. How about this one? The moon landing. Now, I obviously believe that the moon landing happened, but what do you think it stands on the whole Richter scale of convenience?
You think we landed on the fucking dinner plate in the sky?
Yeah, the place where Ed Harris is behind us in a beret looking down.
Oh god, my brother believes this. Actually,
the moon landing was fake.
Yeah.
I used to, because I could see why people. I mean, it was basically a space race.
Yeah,
you know,
and they were losing too. America was losing until the
I'm not saying that the motive's not there. I'm just saying like
the
methodology
to fake it. It was easier to send them to the moon than fake it.
So wait, hold up. You're telling me that the tech existed to send a live feed from the moon, but the tech didn't exist to fake that?
Yeah, because they couldn't have recreated everything exactly the way it would have worked on the moon on Earth at the given time. And I know this because what was his name? The guy, not Ron Howard. Was it James Cameron? He did a documentary where he tried to recreate shot by shot every claim ever made by a anti-moon landing conspiracy board. There was just like a list of how come this looks like this, and then they recreate it, but they can't recreate it perfectly. And then it shows the scientists explaining it, going, well, because when you're on the moon, A, B, C, D.
He was paid a lot of money to put that documentary out.
Yeah, there's also a political factor here that I tend to take into account. The Soviet Union said that we did it.
Yeah, the Russians praised us and were really pissed off at their own moon people, like their own moon people, their own moon.
The moon men.
Yeah, the people who benefited from exposing us most for faking this, assuming we had faked it, said, yeah, they did it. We see proof that they did it. So I tend to like even not having that knowledge that somebody went through and showed that you couldn't do all this at that time with the technology that they have, I still find the fact that the Soviet Union copped to us getting there first more convincing, because there's nobody who is going to be more honest about you one of your achievements than somebody. Yeah.
Okay, so where shall we put it? F or S?
F.
Any reason why F?
Nothing awesome.
Maybe a D. Maybe a D.
I'll settle for a D.
It is a basic bitch sort of thing. I mean, it predates us, in all fairness. People were making conspiracy theories about it as far back as that. And again, I'm not seeing Kennedy anywhere in any of this. What the fuck?
My grandma watched it in school, which was interesting.
My ma watched it in at home because it was like nighttime. She had to stay up late to watch it, but they showed it. All right, here's a very, very nice looking picture of the flat Earth. Where should we put the flat Earth?
I'll say C, just because it angers me how many people do believe it.
It does make me very happy to say like go and watch Beyond the Curve. You know, like.
Yeah. But when do the White Walkers invade?
And then Grey Atoon appears from the base of it, and we all sail off on the disc together. But no, I would put it as a C because it is a very basic of the road. But there are people who actively, the same people itself has no real impact. You believing the world is flat really doesn't hurt anyone, but it's because it's always tied in with anti-vaccines or stuff like take mercury and you're going to be safe, or maybe start harassing NASA employees when they're having a sandwich. You know,
yeah.
So C, because it has a lot of weight to it. How about Ancient Aliens?
Dude, S tier.
I was thinking
S tier.
I was thinking,
S
the ideas.
tier, dude.
I mean, we got Stargate out of it.
I wish we had Ancient Aliens. I wish I was seated here by the ancient Nephilim alien race, dude.
The only downside I can think is that spirit science would be so smug about it if it turned out to be true. He'd be like,
Yeah.
well, I guess I know what's best now. Now Emma
He
Watson will want to have
was
sex with me.
saying that shit in about 2007, 2006. So.
That's how I learned
It's just,
about Armored Skeptic, actually, through spirit science.
Oh yeah, Armored Skeptic likes spirit science.
No, not well. Maybe nowadays, seeing that he's lost his fucking gourd. But no, beforehand, that's he used to rip apart spirit science. That's how I learned about Armored Skeptic. But anyway, sorry, Kilo, go on.
I was just going to say it has its ups and downs because, of course, who wouldn't want alien contact? Like very obviously, if they were ancient aliens, we're probably not high up on their threat list or anything. So they're probably going to they're probably not going to be aggressive, or at the very least, it's not in their it's not in their general culture to be aggressive, maybe. But with it being real, all that cool shit that humans did, we did it. We did it, baby, all by ourselves. The Easter Island heads, fucking pyramids, Stonehenge, we did it.
I always say this, right? Think about it. If aliens showed up, why the fuck would they give us the ability to pile stones on top of stones and not give us lasers and cell phones? Like, for what did they give us?
We needed to wait a couple thousand years for that. Okay?
Why? If they're gonna uplift us, just fucking uplift us.
We needed a couple thousand years of simple irrigation first.
I wonder if we're going to ever uplift like dolphins or something.
Uplift wars.
I can't wait.
Primates spouting Clint Eastwood lines.
I know like gorillas can learn sign language and shit. But in my lifetime, I want to have an experience where I can have a conversation with another species.
Oh, okay. You go to, I know how you can do that right now if you have the money, which something tells me it's at the drop of a hat. It's probably a little bit beyond your price range. But if you go down to Borneo and you go and you see an orangutan, there are orangutans that do speak sign language. They've been trained in international sign language, and you can have very simple conversations with them. Mostly it relates to their feelings and how their children feel you, which is usually human, I'm scared, and things like that. And then they'll tell you their story, they'll ask you their name, and then if you haven't seen it, watch the Robin Williams meeting Coco, the sign language gorilla.
Yeah, I've seen Coco.
Did you see her meeting Robin Williams? That was like surreal.
Yeah.
She sexually assaulted William Shatner. She grabbed his dick and she thought he was like a potential mate, and the male that she was actually paired with that year was looking in through the window at him. He was thinking, funny. Well, this is how I'm gonna die. and she basically decided he wasn't worth her time and walked off.
But
she got rejected by a fucking ape.
Got felt up and was like, not my style.
Nah, there's nothing much going on here, is there?
Damn.
Now, if you can introduce me to Leonard Nimoy, oh, mama like.
Now, here's the thing, though. Even more so, maybe even more so interesting than communicating with another primate is the fact that you can communicate with an octopus. Rather, there are octopi who can read, like they can read English or other languages.
Okay.
That's pretty nutty.
Yeah. Which is pretty nuts. There are lots of animals though where there is such a thing as like target training, where you'll hold up like maybe like a green rubber triangle, and they'll know, okay, it's time to go for a walk. And like even alligators, if you see them feeding them oftentimes in places other than zoos anyways, they will like dangle a red target like in front of them.
I see people using like frisbees and shit.
Yeah. It's pretty fucking interesting. Like we can communicate pretty well among all species, like more so than what the average person would think.
Yeah, I mean, just look at your great example of your dog or your cat. You know, like it might not immediately be able to respond to its name, although usually dogs tend to do that. But the tone will say a lot. Like they recognize a few simple words like walkies. Even now, even though I haven't had a dog in years, if I say the word walkies, I immediately flinch up because I'm thinking in a second my dog's gonna burst in and be like freaking out because they know it's time for walks. But whether or not they know that word specifically means walkies, or they've just understood that those collection of sounds equates to they get to pee up on a tree somewhere, I don't know. But it's definitely something that I find fascinating because animals can be incredibly intelligent in ways that we don't really think of. All right, so let's move on to how about this one? How about 9/11? Where do we stand on 9/11? Inside job?
I'd say it's a middle of the road C type deal for me.
Yeah, because there definitely is. There was some stuff, but
there was
not
negligence.
Really.
There was negligence.
Yeah, negligence.
They knew about it.
I mean, not even negligence. Like, arguably, flat out disregard for the sake of starting war.
Like, did I'm not aware. Did anybody ever get prosecuted for their negligence?
No, the 9/11 inquiry dismisses everyone as saying oh, how could they know?
Osama bin Laden did when they threw him to the bottom of the ocean and nobody ever saw proof of a body or anything. And all we had was
conspiracy. I'm not seeing bin Laden anywhere here.
His oldest son actually lives in France and has been picking up art during the pandemic.
And if I'm right, doesn't he have a niece or something like that that's over in London, and she's kind of trying to. I think she's a part of an organization that basically helps people who have been hurt by Islamic terrorism and extremism. But he's a part of a huge, very influential family in the Middle East. So.
Yeah, they were very, very rich and very much they had power until. Because if I'm remembering correctly, and I may be wrong on this, they were originally from the family was originally from Saudi Arabia. But when the new Sultan or what have you, I forget what they're called, took over, they were kind of ousted. There was kind of a ideological war of sorts.
And they were removed, and that's why he went up to fight in Afghanistan. I think actually he first went to Iran and then he went up to Afghanistan. Okay, how about the concave Earth, where we're inside of an egg, and the night sky is just the firmament out of fucking the Elder Scrolls.
Dome.
The
dome is pretty good.
Yeah, the dome. I feel like it should go better than flat
At least
Earth. I feel
I'd say. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree there. I like the dome better than I like flat Earth.
It does raise the question of what's beyond it, but their argument and response being, there's nothing beyond it. It's just we're.
No, man. That's the outside of the atom of the scientific experiment of the shell, which contains the dome.
Yeah, I mean,
man, you've been holding on for the bong for a while now. Could you pass it around?
And at least they're willing to acknowledge that the Earth is round. The definitive evidence that you can see that the Earth is round, they don't deny it. The fact that you can be at relatively the same elevation with no objects in between you, the same elevation above sea level, with no objects in between you and a very tall object, and that tall object gets shorter as you walk away. That is an observable effect of
the dome.
But that's the thing. They don't deny it, and I like that because this one at least has a higher likelihood, I guess, of being correct.
All right, we can't labor over as many of these, but then again, I don't know what some of these are. What the do any of you know what the Montauk project is?
Nope. The Mantac project. It sounds familiar. I think I like.
And when
I
the
had like a high
chat
school
knows what the
history
hell that's
teacher.
about, the Montauk project.
Experiments in time. Oh, I've actually read about this.
Oh, is this what they did to that ship? They made it teleport slightly over to the left and right, and like the crew was fused into the side of it.
Yeah, I believe so. If I'm not mistaken, I'm checking it now.
Montauk.
Oh no.
This is supposed time travel experiments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because we don't know.
No, but it's related to the Philadelphia experiment, which is what you were saying.
I remember that one. Because we don't really know much about it, we'll just put it in an F form. Same with this Project Blue Bee. What the fuck?
Project Blue Book or Beam. This is the idea that the government is going to, literally project giant holograms of aliens or God or whatever into the fucking sky to initiate martial law or, chaos.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about this at all.
Yep. It's an S tier. It's a good one.
That does scream late season X-Files. I gotta say that.
Yep.
How about Fidel and his numerous conspiracies all around him, including the fact that he might not be dead?
Yeah. It's not as cool as Project Bluebeam.
No,
yeah, like
I'd say it's on the level of Flat Earth, honestly.
I would put it lower, even D.
Yeah,
it's very mundane, isn't it? I mean, like we can see it happening without much like hassle. Plus, he was clearly involved in conspiracies. I mean, they were trying to kill him for decades.
Yeah, because he is he is an autocrat, so he might have gotten paranoid and just faked his death to hopefully avoid assassination attempts.
But he was also so old at this point now that he'd be long dead anyway.
Yeah.
He was 100 when he died. Okay, how about Area 51, the classic?
I'd say. I
bet if you went to Area 51, it'd be so boring in comparison to what it's actually really like.
That's why I'd say C or D with that one, because at least
I would say C.
With the Roswell shit, I guess you have that makes it notable, but other than that, it's just nothing but conjecture and them's aliens in Area 51.
And then these days they promote that new area across the salt flats, what's the name of it? It's like a hangar built in the side of a mountainside. I was like, that's the new Area 51 because they know that there's too many people looking at it. And it's like, okay, way to pass the book down there, Christian. Because that's what they do. Like the Russell's teapot, that idea. No matter what, you always come up with an excuse. No matter what you do, there's always an excuse to justify how you can't see it.
Yeah. Now, some of the Navy's patents are pretty interesting, but I don't think they're indicative.
They made an actual laser fire out of a ship at one point to destroy an aircraft, and I've seen the footage, and it is fucking amazing.
They also have water, air, space craft. Something. Now, this is something with the U.S. patent system. You have to demonstrate that it is at least theoretically possible to do it in a specific manner. And they did patent essentially a force field, which, again, it's theoretically possible. That doesn't mean that they're actually making this shit right now.
No, I mean, just because you can do it doesn't mean they are doing it. I mean, that's why we aren't seeing any cold fusion. Speaking of the Hadron Collider,
is that a conspiracy? Oh yeah, didn't they say they were going to use that to open a portal to
the
hell
Pope
or
actually
something?
made a papal bull
saying
saying not to do it because they were tampering with the God particle, and when they did, they were like, "Oh, that's a cool image," and they held it up on screen and the world didn't end. And people were terrified the world would literally end when they used it for the first time.
Yeah, fuck it. S tier. I'm always good for it. I'm always good for a good world ending.
It's insanely impressive. It's just. Have you actually seen it from the sky? It's this huge ring. And when they fire it off, I always love what Jeremy Clarkson said on QI once. They're going to get really bored, and eventually they're going to fire like an M&M and like a Ford Fiesta just to see what happens when they collide. They're just so fucking bored. Right, what else can we just fling in there? How about your sandwich?
It's great. But yeah, I just want, one demon to kill one bunny, and then we've got the Doom guy.
Yeah, like Portal to Hell comes out of course it's going to come out of Zurich. It's a punishment for all the Nazi gold they have. Karma, bitch. All right, here's one that you guys, I don't know how much you know your history. I think this is the Lusitania. Did she or did she not carry munitions?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I think that was another.
No.
What do they call that?
It has been confirmed. Like they found huge amounts of bullets when they dived down there. So where should she go? S or F?
I feel like F.
Here's yellow dog journalism.
I think it's F because that's the reason that we placed Epstein.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and on that same response, how about the Bilderbergs? The Bilderbergs.
F.
Soros in the bunker.
F. Boring. Talking about the reptiles.
Yeah. What about contrails?
Oh yeah.
God damn it.
My chemtrails.
I love chemtrails. Then me and Joe touch each other's penises. I mean, we smoke chemtrails. Yeah.
C tier. I mean, you can find a hillbilly who believes in chemtrails on any street corner. So.
Yeah. That's why I was laughing so hard.
I'm in a town full of them. Like I grew up around airports, and this was my sky. When it wasn't raining, it was full of chemtrails. Like
chemtrail.
Turn in the freaking frogs gay. Yeah.
Turn in the freaking frogs gay. Speaking of the CIA.
What about it?
I know. This is only the image they have. So
F.
Well, like, are they talking about like all the fucked up shit that we know for certain that they did, or are they talking about all the fucked up shit that seems believable?
Yeah. Like the CIA probably has shit. There's probably I'd say about up to 25% that the extreme conspiracy theorist people have right about the CIA, and the rest is just gibberish.
F.
Yeah, F.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is. It almost looks like a scene out of Metropolis.
What the fuck is that?
It's like what's that we're in a MK Ultra.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so
okay.
MK Ultra are the worst stories. I don't think the worst stories of MK Ultra are true. I think they just did a lot of acid and watched a lot of trippy shit.
Yeah, D.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give it an F because there is kind of interesting shit with that.
Yeah, and it was an interesting time. It was. I love the movie that came out of it, Men Who Stare at the Goats. That's a hell of a good film.
And that was actually like Project MK Ultra does exist. It's just like a lot of the more outlandish fabrications regarding it.
Former Nazi scientists gave our troops drugs. No.
I mean, yeah, probably. Actually, yes, 100%. Meth in Vietnam.
Yeah, meth. The Nazis were on meth near the end of the war.
Yeah, and the specific formulation.
LSD, of course. Timothy Leary, didn't he create LSD? Or was he the one who experimented it majorly for the first time?
I don't know. And then NASA, dear Christ.
I don't know what this is. It's filming a I was about to say image, but I said a simage for some reason. It's like an icon, but it's made out of code. So I'm guessing F because I don't know what the fuck this is.
Yeah, if we can't tell what it is, F.
Yeah, F.
F it right in the A.
UFOs in general. This is one of the more classic ones as well.
I would say A because it's not as interesting as fucking
Concave or as the Hadron Collider or
Ancient Aliens is like the cooler version of UFOs.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would
I've
say
seen a UFO. I've like I said, I've up
too.
around airports. When I look up at the sky, I can recognize a flight flying in now, and I've even seen military aircraft. But my fucking Christ, I've never once seen some of the lights I've seen looking up in the ways that they've moved.
Dude, okay, so I was stone cold sober, hard to believe, right? It was nighttime. I was smoking a cigarette on my back porch. I'm dead silent nighttime, like probably, I don't know, maybe a mile back into the woods because I live like in the fucking mountains. I literally see a ball of light just silently float up straight in the air for like 50 feet and then diagonally just disappear into space. And I'm like, and you know, the only thing I could think is like ball lightning. Maybe that's what I saw.
St. Elmo's fire, right?
Yeah. I've heard a lot of fucking a lot of UFO stories. Like, and it's weird because it seems to happen like a fair, like the UFO sightings seem to happen a fair amount. And I do believe that is entirely to do with the fucking military presence here, because we live like within an hour where I'm currently at of first of all, a munitions base. Second of all, Oak Ridge, which is currently some storage to like 322 containers, I think, of enriched uranium. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where was one of the original sites of the atomic tests back in the 40s, right? Oak Ridge?
Yeah, it was.
I know my history. The Malaysian flight that crashed a few years ago. A lot of conspiracies float around
People
it.
think got abducted by aliens.
I don't think aliens, but there are some people saying maybe it's shot down by North Korea or Vietnam. Others say
I would say C. Because
it's probably a very mundane answer, which is like the plane just crashed due to bad weather.
Yeah.
And that's an extra tragedy because a lot of people died. Big Pharma, big greed. Well, how is that a conspiracy? That is 100% real. That's pure F. Like Christ.
Yeah, I used to think like, oh, Big Pharma is not a real thing. Then when I moved where I live, there is a healthcare company called Ballad, and dear God, they charge you out the fucking ears. It is ridiculous. Like horribly overinflated prices. Christ.
I can't make out this one. Phantom
Cosmonaut. The Phantom Cosmonaut.
Okay, so explain if you know what the hell it is, because that's a cool
No,
one.
I'm Googling it.
Yeah, I'm Googling it right now too.
You guys Google, I need to grab the last two of these beers. Ugh. And also get up because my arse is killing me.
Basically, it's just that the Soviets sent people to space and they never came back, and that's it. Like that doesn't sound like a conspiracy either. That sounds like the Soviets being like, yes, we'll put people into space, and then they're like, yes, we did it, but how do we get them back?
Yeah,
That's what that sounds like to me.
Like here's the thing, like that definitely sounds reasonable. They were in a space race. They didn't want to look bad. So if they and it seems like everything that they're indicating was before Yuri Gagarin, so before their first actual space flight. So yeah, like.
Is this the one where they lost someone and they always try to cover it up?
Yeah.
It sounds. This one is mild. Like it's pretty believable. There's no evidence to it.
Yeah.
But
Soviets irresponsibly shot people into space and they weren't able to retrieve.
It's not very. It's not interesting aside from the fact that it didn't fucking happen. It seems like it's not interesting.
Now, all I see is just this pager with this multicolored thing on it. So if anyone knows what that is, tell me now. Otherwise, it goes in F.
F.
Okay.
Wait, what? Oh, that's probably. I can't even tell what that is. I don't know.
Yeah, like sometimes some of these tiered ones have icons that actually have, like, when you hover over them, they give you like little text things. But I don't know. And I have no idea what the hell this is. It's like some sort of altar. Is this the fucking Bohemian Chodes going on here? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that looks like Bohemian Grove, actually.
Okay,
It does
so
look like
Bohemian
that.
Grove. This is only exists, let's be honest here, only fucking exists because of Alex Jones jumping some what looked like LARPers in the fucking park one day. So
Yeah,
I don't even
would
know
say
what that is.
I'd put it a D because it's basically the same thing as the Freemasons and the Illuminati, but maybe a little bit more interesting.
okay. Now this one, I don't know. It's a multi-screened image, so I'm guessing multimedia is controlled by one like group, which I'm guessing those groups end with a lot of Jewish-sounding names.
Whatever. That's a F.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Jewish sounding names aside, that's just real.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell. Oh, there's Kennedy. Oh, it's a really bad shot. But there's Dallas. Yeah. So Kennedy, where does
You know who wasn't a really bad shot?
It was actually a very good shot, actually.
You
know who had more brains than Kennedy?
His automobile.
His wife.
Motor car.
Yeah, I had to. You could replace that with Hitler and the wall behind him. You can also replace that with your namesake, Durt, Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, I was gonna say Kurt at his sofa.
I forget where I've heard it, but this is probably the best Kurt joke I've had. Sorry to any fellow fans out there. If you can't laugh at a joke, then I guess you should just cry yourself to sleep every night. I don't know.
I feel like he would have laughed at it too.
You know, Kurt Cobain had blue eyes. One blew this way and one blew that way.
Nice. So where does JFK go in all this?
F.
Yeah.
What do you think? The CIA murdered him? Maybe. Who cares?
Yeah, I would say D at the very highest.
I'm gonna put F as well. It's one of those conspiracies I actually do get behind. I don't know who did it. I just know there were power brokers in the background. Now I don't know what the fuck this is. Is this those theories that are like your doppelganger exists? Like those pictures of like Keanu Reeves from like the 1800s.
I think it might be time travelers or immortals
something like
or something.
I think that's
maybe.
That's boring. It's like I mean, like I get it. Like, ooh, this painting looks just like Keanu Reeves. But I think like I'd be way more impressed if someone believed in Bigfoot.
You are obsessed with Bigfoot.
Bigfoot is just the benchmark for me here.
It's not a single Yeti though. I noticed.
That's an all-encompassing term for Sasquatch.
the regional dialects of Sasquatch.
My Sasquatch Americans.
What the fuck is this picture? It looks like something that Mystery Science Theater would look at in the 90s. All I can see is a dude holding onto something while looking at the camera, almost like he's pointing a gun on a moon landscape.
Is it Nazis on the moon? Is it Nazis on the moon?
I don't think it's Nazis on the moon because I'm not seeing any Nazi symbol.
I really wanted it to be Nazis on the moon.
Iron Rain, alas, will not happen.
F for the moment.
Skies, my bad.
I am actually currently writing a short story themed around that. It's
Okay, so I don't actually recognize any of these icons. There's this building. Is that Jonestown? No, that's not Jonestown.
Whatchamacallit? Waco.
Is that Waco?
Is it Waco? I don't know.
It looks like some sort of like rehab center, in the like taken in the 90s before like the fifth person was found hung in their own room. It doesn't look. It actually kind of gives me an Overlook Hotel vibe. This place. But like, I've got no idea.
Wait, let me get a good look at it. No, that's not Waco.
No,
Yeah, I don't know what the
Waco was
fuck
like a
that is.
big, ugly office block, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck that is. So
F.
And I don't know what this is either. Like, it looks like a soldier looking at something on the snow. Like, was this Roswell? Was this the weather balloon that they found? Like, what the? Like, give us fucking titles. Give us something.
I can't even tell what the fuck it is.
Let's zoom in. Let's fucking zoom in.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Okay, so here's a much better. There's FEMA Walmart right here. Let's look at that.
Yeah, give it an S tier. Give it an S
Here
tier.
you can see the reptilians just off screen.
Give it the S tier for the FEMA death camp Walmart.
FEMA Walmart, and this is what Bernie Sanders would have had if he got into office. Apparently, Now these things here look like some sort of.
That's like the weather control shit, dude. That's what I think.
Yeah, and I actually kind of believe it to some degree. I don't think it's anywhere near as successful as.
So you're telling me Joe Biden froze Texas like it were nothing?
So here's the thing. It is.
Well, here's the second coming of Jesus.
It is absolutely not to the tier that the conspiracy theorists think that it is. However, we do know for a fact that the U.S. government did use cloud seeding to extend the monsoon season when they were in Vietnam.
Let me ask you this. If the U.S. government controls the weather, okay, why didn't they stop that ice storm from freezing over the good people of Texas?
Well, because Texas didn't vote for their so-called president. So,
it's more control over precipitation rather than...
Yeah, it's very limited. But weather control, I do believe. So does that mean we get a D or an F? Because it is cool tech.
D because the conspiracy... I would say D because the conspiracy includes like temperatures and shit.
Yeah. Like people thinking Biden froze Texas.
Now this building looks very familiar. Is this the Scientology center, like the headquarters of Scientology? It looks like tents from a distance. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in a little closer. And where you at? There. This building here, like, is this the Scientology Center? And if so, what are they implying? Or is this the Latter-day Saints? Is this like the Mormon? Like, what's going on here? Like, what? It looks like some sort of religious center, but I don't know why.
No. The Church of Scientology's headquarters is very gaudy and has Scientology on a huge ass sign on the front of it.
Well, that is not.
Yeah, I don't see that either.
Well, then F it gets, and finally we get
the Autobahn.
The Autobahn, yeah, the Autobahn will fill your mind with many the commie Nazi attitudes, such as a basic universal income. Yeah. If you want to destroy America, we're making sure you all eat. So yeah, what is this? Is this in the tongues? That's another one.
Oh no, that is something very specific, and I know what it is. So there were a group of hikers who went missing in Russia.
Oh, is this the woman who was found and no one knows how she died?
Yeah, like not all of them were found. One of them was dead. Or all of them were dead, rather, that were found.
I think Simple History did a video on it.
Perhaps.
But okay, I know the one you're talking about, but I don't remember the nuances, and it's vague. But it's kind of just a bunch of people who vanished. So
yeah, that I recognize that picture of whoever that is staring at the tent collapsed in the snow. That image specifically.
I say F. People die and eat each other all the time.
It's true. I'm not seeing a single Donner Party anywhere.
Yeah. So is there anything that we can recognize now that you've zoomed in that we can recognize?
Yeah. That's actually a good idea before we move on. Let's wait. What the fuck?
Just because I found this highly interesting.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. Maybe I should have opened with this, and then Krandar could have thrown his lot in more than just two. Okay, so 5G, fluoride, 2 Epsteins, Illuminati, the Montauk
2 Epsteins walk
Project.
into a bar.
I still don't know what the fuck this is.
I think there was like a online, like, what do they call it? Like an ARG kind of thing.
Oh,
like,
that's cicada.
Yeah, is that what that is?
I think so.
What you're talking about.
It is pretty neat because it's very widespread. It's pretty unique. It's very widespread. It's also very underground. But it's like a group of presumably like very technologically adept people that are spread all across the world, putting like signs of a cicada up, doing like almost sort of puzzles to like try and figure out, you know, where the next flyer, where the next sign or whatever is going to be.
Okay. That's actually kind of cool. Do you want to bump it? Do you want to leave it?
I mean, I wouldn't call it a conspiracy. That's just people playing a puzzle game.
And now I'm looking closer at the phone thing here. That seems to just be like, I'm guessing a phone in the sense of like,
it's
will the
recording
phone
you
listen
always?
in on you? And the answer is yes, it will. That's how it knows.
Yeah, that's just the truth.
Yeah,
that can just stay there.
Yeah. So still, what the fuck are these last three? Is that Elvis on the moon? Because I don't know who the fuck that is. That's not a Nazi. It looks like the moon. There's an astronaut. And
Planet of the Apes.
Elvis came and became their god. He was the lawbringer.
Yeah, I don't know what any of these are.
On the moon.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that Elvis. I didn't know there was a conspiracy saying that Elvis was found on the moon. Like, that seems a bit.
He died on the toilet on the moon.
He died of being morbidly obese and full of barbiturates on the moon.
And definitely his poor eating habits had nothing to contribute to his demise.
He was, late era 70s Elvis was a fucking wreck. Like, he was just dilapidated.
Not saying I'm in the best of my shape. Of shape.
No, but I mean, like, we don't. I don't know about you, but I'm not sweating when I'm breathing. You know.
Yeah, like I'm pretty big, but like I try to avoid bread as much as I can. I try not to have, you know, the average American diet.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's Elvis, but without the context for it. Like, what more can we add to it? We don't know what this building is. Is it? It's not Waco. It's not Jonestown. Is it Tungsisi? Like the Tungsisi experiments? Like, what's going on here? Is it like without a context for this building? The same goes for that building down here in the corner, the one that might be a religious building. Like, what? Is that Denver Airport? Maybe. Because I know the statue of like the demon horse at the front of it gets people talking about conspiracies. It's just, I don't know. Like, but no, this was fun. We got it.
That is the Denver Airport.
Is it?
The one with the little tent-looking thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we can move that. So the Denver Airport. Even I know the whole demon horse. Like, if you look at it from orbit, it's like a pentagram and shit like that. Like, what's?
Because like, here's the thing: Satanic World Order, right? I think that's pretty interesting, at least. But they chose to fucking put a satanic statue of a horse out in front of not even the most busy airport in the fucking U.S.
Yeah, you don't see it outside of JFK or LAX, you know?
I'd say worth bumping it up to a D.
Yeah,
I'd say worth bumping it up to a D, but not higher.
If only because the architecture is really cool to look at.
Yeah, like if this was a building tier list, it would probably rank pretty fucking high.
Absolutely. So yeah. I think that's everything. This is S tier has 4, A is 5, C is 6. That's many D. The most gets F. because we didn't know what the fuck they're talking about, or because
or it was just too real.
Yeah, like hell, Epstein's there twice. Like,
yep.
Yeah, this kind of really shakes me up because, like, if everything in F tier is considered a conspiracy theory that we like recognize to actually be real shit.
Not everything, like 5G is bullshit, for example.
Like I said, that we recognize to be real shit. It would be like, it kind of fucks with your head a little, but at the same time,
we
it
took
also
Big
gives
Pharma
you
for granted when you think about it. You know there's fluoride in American water. We know the Lusitania, which helped America get into World War One, was full of munitions. Like, media is controlled by a select few people. Like, the list kind of goes on, and you just kind of take it for granted. Like, come on.
I gotta say, I'm pleased with our awesome conspiracy theory tier list.
It's
everything that leans towards a corporatist, as opposed to like satanic or otherwise mystical thing, seems to be kind of at least moderately believable in the US.
Yeah, and beyond too. Like, they mostly focused on American centric conspiracy, but no, like, I'm not seeing Waco anywhere. I'm not seeing Vegas shooter. I'm not seeing Sandy Hook. I'm not seeing any of those major shooters, for that matter, unless, of course, that is like a site of a shooting or anything like that. I'm not seeing Jonestown. I'm not seeing the Promise Keepers, or the other. What was the name of the other ones who committed suicide in
Heaven's Gate?
There you go. You knew exactly where I was going with that.
Maybe one of those buildings were like one of their communes.
Maybe that. But anyway, let's move on, and let's move on with one of the titles of today's show. And conspiracies are going to bring up out of this. 8 dead in Atlanta, spa shootings with fear of anti-Asian bias. Fear be damned, he killed off a bunch of Asian women, and the only argument against it is that he said it wasn't racially motivated.
You know why? it was motivated? Did you hear that?
Sex.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's a very sex-driven person, isn't he?
He said, "Yeah, man, they were just giving me my happy endings, so they were contributing to my sex addiction. So the only logical answer for me to get any sort of catharsis were to end their lives." Fuck.
Relax, okay? Because President Biden says, "I know Asian Americans are very concerned. Everything is going to be okay."
So here's the thing. Like,
thanks, Biden.
I might have been more apt to believe like people weren't afraid of like certain institutions encouraging sexual degeneracy in themselves, but I've like had an experience that makes that more believable. Either way, it's fucking reprehensible.
Yeah, this shit literally makes me want to put my head through a brick wall, or at least try to. I literally, when we started the show off with the Bears, I was hoping you just forgot about this, because I hate this shit.
I don't like doing a stream where the titles aren't addressed at least a little bit. So we got conspiracy down, we got the Bears. There's shit we won't be seeing. And I'll try my best to clean our palate, but this is worth talking about. And
yeah, it's just it's so sick, dude.
Look, these businesses, the porn industry there. Of course, they're trying to focus on the porn industry. They're trying to deflect it. But the thing is that, like, it doesn't matter what his excuses were. He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of
I swear to fuck, if this leads to like another round of just like social
sort of like moral policing. Did you see that they're passing laws in they're trying to pass laws in Utah that will make phones come with porn blockers already installed? But here's the thing. They passed the law, and but it needs another 5 states to ratify it for one state law.
What?
Yeah, so there's all right. So the stipulation that the companies said they would agree with is this. If you can get another 5 states to agree with you, then we'll create a phone OS that will have the blocker built in. So
you think people won't figure their way around that, like in the first day?
Like, none of this shit ever works.
Jailbroken phones fucking exist, and as I understand it, that law is just to make it to where all the phones sold in that area have to have it, not necessarily all the phones that operate in that area.
Yeah.
I will cross state lines for porn. Yeah.
Damn right. No, like I said, we had to address it. Thanks, Biden. You're hopefully he doesn't do that many interviews outside of a helicopter like Trump did. Trump was very obsessed with doing helicopter interviews. But one thing never mind. Wounded. Oh, never mind. I thought he was that was the shooter, and I'm like, oh wait, no. That's just. I've seen the picture of the shooter, and he looks like a ginger.
Looks like what you'd expect.
Yeah, he looks like an incel, and I'm surprised the word incel hasn't been brought up. But I suppose he was getting laid, so.
Yeah, he's
by happy endings that he paid for, basically prostitution.
Most incels don't have the balls to do it. That's the honest truth of it. Most incels don't have the balls to go up and get themselves sick.
Either that or like, why would I sully myself with something like a prostitute? I think that's also a part of it too.
Yeah. Also, most incels don't have the balls to go on a shooting spree. So
enough do, or they take a van and they slam into people.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's.
I'm not saying that like it's a negative thing. By the way, I want none of them to have the balls to do any of that.
Oh, absolutely no. I know what you were.
It's not available to you.
It is if I logged in, but I'm not logged in. So, how about we? What the fuck's this? The fridge is a lie.
Someone put their persona pointing a gun at me and said, "Show us what."
Hey, Durt, it's you.
I've seen this video. It's a good video.
Someone put their persona pointing a gun at me and said, "Show us what's inside the fridge, Wayne." You want the truth? You want the truth? You want the fucking truth? There is no fridge. I
lied. The fridge is a lie.
I wasn't fucking expecting it. Okay.
It's a good video. It's a good video.
I was expecting like maybe it had been converted into like cabinet space or something because I've seen shit like that before. I wasn't expecting that. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Now I have no idea what the fuck this is.
Brain slave no more.
Oh, this is something that Critical looked at a few days ago, and I intentionally didn't watch the video past a few minutes, like past a few seconds, just to be sure that it wasn't opening up with some sort of like fucking Megan Thee Stallion music, so I took that right straight down. So.
Our nervous systems are so damaged. Our nervous system, our organs, our muscular system, all hold us prisoner. When we're conditioned that way, your brain is like the antenna, remote control that the world holds. Forces.
Dude, why is he talking at the far end of the room towards his camera? Like that's basically what I do. Like.
In the direction that it wants you to go. Your parents, schools, politicians, priests. They impose these neurotic.
He gets possessed by the devil there. That's cool. Look at his jiggling jowls. Look at him.
Completely inhumane. Completely against human natural tendencies.
That why got a skill. That why got a skill.
Is an expression. Imprison you. It's like a mental fucking prison. It's a mind nervous system prison.
It's trying to find words.
You gotta break the mind nervous system prison.
Mind nervous system prison is my favorite Minecraft level that someone made for me once.
You gotta break it by just doing,
shackles down, true human
You gotta go crazy.
expression that is within you. That when you're a baby, flows so free.
He's going Super Saiyan.
That was some good pausing on my part. What the fuck?
Wait, does he got a spitball?
I think he does.
Yo, ectoplasm. He's barely holding back the ectoplasm.
That is constipation face right there. Like, that is him on the toilet going.
When you're a baby, flows so free. But then you talk to shut up. Shut up, don't move.
Can he throw a Kamehameha?
He doesn't have spiky hair, so alas no.
Quiet. Hey. It's not that you want to hurt anybody. It's not that you want to do anything bad. You want to just have fun sometimes. You just want to run around and scream and
have fun. I just want to scream at the top of my lungs and have a mental imagination.
This is him going, the universe, but bigger.
Then he's screaming, ah!
And then you find that you have a stone in your shoe, and you remember that time in school where they made fun of you by pouring marmalade on your head.
He's just crying, doing push-ups.
And then you're like, no, Mom, I don't want to wear the dress. I don't care how much Uncle Roger pays for it. It's constantly cutting back to like weird, like this brain slave no more. Bioenergy grounding.
your head, you want to do flips, you want to jump up and down, but it's inappropriate.
Yeah. Wonder why it's inappropriate.
Look at him kick them legs.
Yeah, are you sure you can watch this here?
I think this is less sexual and more I don't want to go and see the doctor. That sort of thing. But no, at the dentist. He doesn't want to go and see the dentist.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, like where people are like, that shit happens to other people. Other people have diseases. Other people have mental health problems. Never happened to me.
And then...
It doesn't work well in the machine. It doesn't work well in the system.
Yeah, you tell those... that was a bad pause. Let's move on.
You're not being conditioned to do it.
Now, there we go. Yeah, you tell whatever the fuck you were telling to fuck off, I guess.
This is the tantrum workout.
This is like the War Room woman. If you ever seen the movie War Room, there's a scene where she basically takes the devil and throws it out of her house and screams at it, but she's talking to nothing. So she's just like grabbing nothing and throwing nothing else, going, "You get out of here, devil, and don't you come no back." I think he thinks that like the more serious he thinks he takes it, the more serious it looks. But there's a line that once you pass, it enters the realm of parody, and like he's just going full. He's going like. Jenna Body Mind would be like, dude, calm your tits. He's literally having a hissy fit.
This is where the muscular system becomes actual physical fucking presence. Your muscles turn into bars and imprison your ability to express because
this is a workout he's trying to sell you.
Yeah, I think so. Which is just basically him having a tantrum because the last fucking cool pop was taken from the fridge.
Jesus Christ.
What the Mega Man?
I can't process what I'm seeing.
It looks so fucking foolish.
But it's played up with like the music and like the background.
Yeah,
and all that
fucking Sarah McLachlan instrumental in the background while he's like, yeah, man, you gotta retrain your mind.
He's like, it's almost like some sort of like ad for like a sneaker where he's like, some say you're weak, but you're not weak, you're strong, and it goes saying going, Reebok.
What the fuck?
The minute you are subjected to a demand, you have to restrain impulse. What restrains impulse? Your fucking muscle.
For a man his size, he has really short arms.
I'd like to be in a room of people just doing this. This is like a yoga class, except it's just this.
Paltrow does with her community in her spare time, right? And it all smells like her vagina candles.
Virginia.
Virginia.
Clench your jaw, you clench your fist, you hold your chest tight, you pull your belly in, you don't breathe deeply. You literally hold yourself present. Now, in the same way that it's a subtle spiritual imprisoning that's imposed on you, recognize that it's a subtle spiritual imprisoning that you continue to impose on yourself after the bullshit demands have been exposed.
No, keep going. Keep going.
One day you need to grow up and realize that none of this is necessary. You can scream, you can yell, you can kick, you can cry, you can laugh, you can fuck, and it's not naughty. It's human. But you gotta free yourself. None can emancipate yourself from mental slavery but ourselves.
Hold on, I can't hear you and hear him at the same time. So what
he's assuming the position. He said you can fuck.
Hey, he's open about being a bottom. Good on him. You know, like a way to express yourself, buddy. There else he's praying to Mecca. I don't think he'd do so well in Saudi Arabia. I'm just saying.
No one can free you but yourself now. But you have all the inhibition associated with the conditioning, so you don't let your body express. Don't let it out of your body.
And he's just bullshitting about like the conditioning, man. Your whole life you've been trained not to throw a hissy fit. And little did you know it's the best thing for you.
So I think he believes that if he throws enough big words out there, it's going to convince you. Now, whether he believes
what the piano's for.
Yeah, like whether he believes this or not, he's definitely trying to convince you. He's definitely trying to sell you on something.
Yeah, and let's just quickly scan. Is it? Does he? Oh, surprisingly, I don't see it. I'm not seeing a link to like some sort of like help guru website or buy his supplements, but
no, man, this is just a trailer for that.
It's uncomfortable, it's embarrassing. What will people think? What will I think? And who is this I that is imposing itself upon your body?
Who am I?
Who is this I you speak of? There is only...
Fuck this dude. Oh my god. You can only truly discover yourself.
He's like those people who found Jesus, but it's really obvious that he's not he's trying to sell you on Jesus, and you're there saying like, okay, I'm not interested. No, man, but you don't understand. If only you let your heart open up, all the love will follow.
Dude.
So do you want to do meth? Fuck yeah.
This kid at my school was busted for selling drugs in the bathroom, and when he came back, he literally had a Bible in his hand everywhere he went in that school until he graduated.
Yeah, you know the type.
Yeah.
If they scream it loud enough, they think that everyone will believe them, when in reality it just isolates them more.
Yeah, that is...
Except to other idiots.
Yeah. And the idiocy problem, like, it is a thing in prisons in the U.S., like...
most of those weightlifters have all got like tattoos of like fucking the Virgin Mary and shit strapped, or a bunch of neo-Nazi logos on them.
Yeah, it's one of the two.
Sometimes one at the same time, and you try to work that shit out.
Yeah, I would have. If Jesus actually was a real person, I would love to introduce like one of those really racist Christian types to them.
Fucking Pat Robertson. Let's see how he does with Pat Robertson. No, Pat Robertson actually would be slimy enough to kind of subvert it. Let's see, David Duke, maybe. Because I think David Duke is a Christian. Because he was a member of the Klan, after all. The Klan do promote Christianity. No! John Doyle. Let's get John Doyle sitting down with Jesus Christ and see what happens. Doyle?
Yeah.
That's how you always have to say John Doyle's name. Yeah, because to me, John Doyle will always be a young, a bumbling sidekick detective to the angry police chief. And the police chief will always just scream at him, Doyle! And Doyle will just be like, oh, I'm sorry, I just don't think that women are as important as men. Womp, 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 wow. Fucking John Doyle.
Oh, I think? Look at yourself in the fucking mirror! You can't even look at...
He does look like someone, and I'm trying to think, is someone from SNL? Does anyone follow modern SNL?
No.
Nah.
Look yourself in the mirror and see the flesh that you are, and appreciate it, and respect it enough to allow it to express itself!
Express itself! What the hell was that at the end there?
And you're the fucking gatekeeper! Now you're the prison guard! They did it to you, but now you're doing it to yourself. When I say fuck you and fuck them, it's no longer someone else or them or an outside. The fuck you and fuck them is inside you. They're inside.
You know what the sad fact is? Shia LaBeouf did this much more productively. Do it! Just do it!
Shia did it.
Yeah, Shia did it first, and Shia did it better.
Maybe so I think what he's
cringy.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to spout here is that yourself, as in your mind, and yourself, as in your body, are separate entities.
No, because that means I can leave my body, and then you just start driving your car towards the incoming traffic. You know, like that way leads. Oh, no, I was astral projecting while I was setting fire to that church. You know, like...
yeah. It took me a minute to figure out what the fuck I thought, because I'm so confused, let me tell you.
I got nothing
about,
either.
Yeah,
what about you, Durt? What do you think about this amazing human egg right here?
He's a poor, tortured soul. He probably spent a lot of time incarcerated. And I guarantee you he didn't get buffed by throwing a fucking tantrum.
Oh, yeah, could you imagine him acting like this in the fucking joint?
Yes, that's exactly what I was imagining.
Like out in the fucking yard, and they're like doing weights, and then he's like...
Yeah, the skinniest motherfucker there would have shanked him.
Oh god! Don't ever underestimate the skinniest motherfuckers. They're most likely junkies, and they will do anything for anything. So
they're scrappy as shit.
Yeah, especially depending on like what sort of prison. It's a maximum security prison. Why the fuck is he in there for the first place? I like to watch them as they die. What?
I like to watch the light leave their eyes, and he's just fucking sitting there ripping fucking wings off of butterflies and shit.
He's peeling skin off his own fucking fingernails. My lawyer tried to lie for me. I wouldn't have it. People must know of my beauty. Would you like me to show you my beauty? And like all the fucking thugs just slowly back off, like in a circle around them. You know, like, I'm in charge now, bitches. I demand muffins. What muffins?
All we got is ramen noodles and canned tuna.
I'll take the tuna.
So the fuck you is really fuck me. Get this shit out of me. Stop doing it to yourself.
Good thing he has this tennis racket, or this would be really stupid looking.
You're doing it to yourself. You have to stop. Expression happens in the body. It doesn't happen in the fucking mind.
I like this man. I like him.
I was almost disappointed you hit play again, but now that I saw that...
I know, right?
Yeah.
I've seen a dog do that, trying to get comfortable.
Dude, that would be a great shot in a horror movie, actually.
Invite it. Seduce the real you to come out. You will never reach your full potential.
And there's his own face.
Falls over.
Holding back all of this baggage. Invite it out.
I would love if the owner of this fucking storage area just lifts it up and
opens
goes
up.
like, "You're freaking out some of the other homeless people. Shut up."
Seduce it out. Spill it out. Vomit it out. Express it out. And underneath you will find beautiful, strong, compassionate, loving, caring.
His little legs.
A little fucking kick.
You gotta say he sells it. You gotta give him that. You don't sell it.
He tries really hard.
He'd be a fantastic wrestler.
Oh,
Okay, I'll give him that.
Maybe not one of the top tier wrestlers, but one of the fun mid tier.
Yeah, a
ones.
little jobber.
Yeah.
Ones. You know,
The ones that everybody loves to see get their ass kicked.
Yeah, he'll throw a tantrum every time he loses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's doing the patented whale. Fucking tassels on his shoes is kicking off.
God.
Creative being. That is you.
After all that. You think he'll have one more
Then he gets on his
outburst?
Subway uniform and goes off to his shift.
You think he'll be like, no, I can't control myself. And then go,
Strength
resign.
camp. That's
Strength
Check
camp.
out my resources page.
Strong camp.
This is the most
You're gonna come to my-
pretentious shit. You know who'd love this? Fucking King Cobra.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to look at him before we wrap this night up.
What is up, Tube? We are live from the lair.
Oh, it's a lair, all right. I don't know what sort of lair you want it to be, but it's
A
definitely a
layer of scum.
That's a damn nice shirt.
A thin.
Isn't it? Credit where it's due. He sometimes wears shit that, well, I don't think I'd wear now. Maybe a decade or so ago. Fuck it, yeah.
What the fuck is up, YouTube? About to do a drink combo. But in that care package, I got a couple of snacks, some ranch, some hair dye. In the care package, I got these
Look at that beard.
Jelly
though.
Belly.
Look at that shit. It's like it's like a really thin what do you call them? The Amish beard. But then he has like a billy goat shit going on there in the center. And I don't know about you, but it adds to the scumminess of his beard, I've always thought. Like, what do you guys think? Because I know I'm... well, actually, Kilo, I don't know anything about your physical appearance. I don't know if you have a beard or not.
I do.
Okay, what sort of style, girth, depth of beard are we talking about?
I just let it grow fucking free. I have a fairly... Like, it grows a little bit on my neck. But it's relatively full. It's not super long.
Okay. Bigger or smaller than Cobb's got going on?
Bigger.
Okay.
It's bigger than Cobb's, but
Water enhanced.
Not the first time he's ever heard that.
It's from the Jelly Bean Company, and we got different flavors. We got green apple, we got cherry, tutti frutti, and berry blue. So we're gonna try each flavor individually with our tequila and see how it tastes. And speaking of drink combos,
Jelly bean taste with tequila.
This man is nothing if not classy and elegant.
And slang sick fucks and trolls alike. Cheers.
We're the trolls.
If your drink of choice is tequila, you're a psychopath.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's possible.
Tequila's gross.
Either that or
I've had good tequila. I've had a passable tequila, but most people I know from the States fucking die for this shit. As in, they love it to bits, and I don't see the appeal.
I would say people with there is an exception to this, and that is Hispanic people and people.
Well, yeah, but even then, I guarantee. Well, with them, they probably know how to get good tequila. Like they know what stuff tastes nice. I've had.
They know how to get good tequila, and they also know how to dress up bad tequila.
That's also true, because if you can add a splash of something to tequila to make it passable, then fuck's sake, yeah. I mean, you drink it off of this shit, and you don't care if it's good or bad. Most alcohol's like that.
Now I hold it in my mouth and kind of taste it before I swallow it.
Yeah, Cobes, that's not what you do with a shot, but all right.
One person's like, it'll be easier to drink if you just swallow it right away. I'm like, I know this, thank you, but I like to savor it first.
You like to savor tequila? Who likes to savor tequila? It's like
a real fucking man. That's what.
Listen, like the only circumstance that I've ever seen people like, yeah, really like the taste of this tequila is in cocktails where it has other flavors that maybe complement it.
Maybe
but
these
I don't
jelly
think
beans are like incredibly like potent, and they
but I don't. It's so bad. Oh god. One experience.
We got ourselves a bit.
You know, credit where it's due. I expected his apartment at this point to be far worse looking. Like he's been here for a while now, and it still isn't. It's still white walls, and the like that looks like it's being cleaned. Like his chairs look like it's being cleaned. His floor looks like it's being cleaned.
Maybe he like moderately gives a fuck.
I mean,
now.
there's his Hoover in the background. Is his vacuum cleaner?
Yeah, he probably moderately gives a fuck now.
Bigger.
Probably because he lost his home over the last time.
Yeah, so he's like, maybe I oughta like try to keep shit decent here.
Glass, and I'm gonna pour some tequila in there, and we're gonna try these flavor enhancers out. This tequila does have a weed-like taste to it, which I smoke cannabis for my depression, my Asperger's.
Your Asperger's. Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. Trust me, I've tried that. It doesn't work. Because I've got Asperger's too, and I don't act like him. I act my own level of craziness. We both have one
man. You just need a fat dose of a low-acting psychedelic drug to make you feel awkward and out of like a fucking fish out of water, man. That'll totally help your Asperger's.
Like, you might as well fucking do a fucking sativa and then a single
like, don't get me wrong,
crawling out of his eyes.
Like I know like people with Asperger's and on the spectrum and stuff that enjoy weed and it's perfectly fine for them. But you can't sit there and act like it's a medication for it.
Oh no, you can't. Yeah, you can't fix. I've got it and it didn't help. I'm not built for it.
Honestly, and that's the thing that I found too. Like, while these people may enjoy themselves while they're on it, like they tend to they tend to just act a little more over the top than they normally would, and like whatever, they're having a good time. I'm not going to judge them, but I could tell that it's not for everybody.
For me, no joke. Like for me, I get paranoid, and I forgetting about time. Time itself starts dilating, and I'm like, okay, no, what?
Yeah.
How'd I get to the other side of the room? You walked it. What?
I just like turn into a depending on what it is, obviously, because I'm fairly lightweight and I'm susceptible to get different effects from different shit. But I will 9 times out of 10 with the shit I get around here just turn into a fucking couch potato.
That's
and
just I just want to zone out. I want to eat pizza and watch Netflix binges or YouTube binges. But most people I know, they want to go on a fucking party. They want to, especially women. Yep. Women love to get stoned and go out and dance around here.
I'd like to get to the point where everything is hilarious. That's where I'd like to stay.
One of my
I've had
friends,
those.
Paul,
Those are good moments.
one of my friends, Paul, he's a really talented and experienced bassist, and smoked some over there with him. And I tell you, like, for a solid 30 minutes while he was just, sitting there strumming away on bass, I was so fucking intensely focused on it. It was like the only thing that mattered in the world to me.
A bit of a different diversion. I had a friend who, similar story, was watching his buddy play the bass, but he was on DMT. So the sound waves were flying off the strings and painting the room and shit. So he's like, ah.
In college, I went to my dealer's place and we watched some shit and we smoked some smoke and we had a few drinks. And he had been smoking. He hadn't slept either for like well over a day at that point, and he had been just doing massive fucking amounts of weed. Like he just gone through like I think maybe 4 joints in like 2 hours, and he heavily packed it. So he was, I found him in his room, at his window, and he was obsessed with his curtains. Like he was just fingering them like crazy. And then he looks up at me and goes, "If you look out there, there's a van. It's been parked there for 4 days. I don't like it. No one around here works. Who owns the van?"
No one around here works
because there's nowhere to park. And he looks up to me and goes, "I didn't mean out there. I meant out there." And he gave me the same look with his head as he nodded both times. So where is this mysterious there he's talking about?
He was on some other fucking level of existence there.
He might as well be in 2 places at once. I think he was talking about some place near our college because we both went to the same college, and he was good. I'd love to reach out and touch and touch him mentally, Kathleen, touch him mentally. No, I'd love to reach out and see what he's up to. Hopefully he's doing well. I forget what actually. Well, the last time I spoke to him, it must have been like maybe 8 years ago now. Maybe, Jesus Christ.
But we're gonna give these water enhancers a go.
Oh, I saw this.
Oh, he's fucking mixing drink mix and
yeah. Like, cause I think I was watching Ben watch this on tap with Shab, and at first I thought he was drinking like just tasting the water, but yeah, no, he's pouring that into tequila.
Yeah, it looks an interesting color. I'll say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, buddy. That makes the tequila dangerously smooth. There's like no burn to that whatsoever.
That's why my face pulled back over the skull.
Hey, look at that. The blue one made my tongue blue. Look at that. I got Smurf tongue. Sitting there eating up the lady Smurfs. Smurfettes of age pussies.
Stop saying for of age.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, dude. That is a red fucking flag. If you need to verify. If you need to qualify every time you talk about vagina.
He always has to make sure. He always, you know what? Credit where it's sort of not due, but I'm gonna still be nice. He does better than Jared Genesis, who doesn't. He just leaves that always vague. But I mean, like, that's a low bar, Cobes. That's a low bar.
Dude, I'll fuck anything that's of age.
Oh, that's horrible.
And guess what? Nothing of age will fuck you.
God, dude.
Oh.
That face.
Yeah. There you go. Less da now, isn't it? Yeah, it's starting to do its thing.
This one also looks like blood. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know he's using a fork.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably the fork he ate is disgusting mac and cheese earlier for him, and he's just there like, hold on, he puts it in his mouth and sucks it dry, now it's clean.
My jelly bean tequila looks just like blood.
It's like eating out an up-aged pussy when she's up-aged heat.
Ew, heat.
Well, he wouldn't say, what would he say? Fucking menstruation or some shit like that.
Either that or heat.
Yeah, heat. Oh, heat. She's in heat, if you know what I mean.
Puke stream. Well, if I have to puke, I'll go into the bathroom or my kitchen garbage to do that.
Oh, he's stuttering his words.
I'm not trying to puke on stream if I can help it. Although
no, he creeps me the fuck out, but you know what? Fuck it. If I could be live on stream with him, getting shit-faced, I would.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I mean, I would get fucking trash with him. Not just I'd have a few drinks and watch him lose his mind.
No, yeah.
No, I would just get right there shit-faced with him.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. But then, if he mentioned something about an of-age vagina, I'd have to call him out. Though.
Oh, yeah.
Like, look, bro, why do you gotta say that every time? Like, we understand. Like, normal people...
Don't say of age.
Yeah, like, normal people...
No,
it's an
implicit line.
line.
Say it, the trolls
No,
will
I'm-
point out that
I mean,
little girls.
Look at me. I mean, I have to clarify.
I mean,
It's
look
like
at
an
this.
implicit thing.
I'm sure that's pretty entertaining for the fans.
My
but
kind of sounds like Steve-O.
Susan on YouTube might have a problem with that. So I'm actually grateful that they haven't shut down my YouTube channel yet with the excessive cussing, the drinking, the smoking of tobacco.
Well, if that shit happened, I'd get shut down. Now, if you were to start going on about how girls should be assigned older men at birth, then I think YouTube might shut you down. Because you said that once.
Oh, what?
Yeah, well, this was years ago, but I remember him saying something along the lines of...
Come on, that's not of age. At birth is not of age.
And always, he basically pulled a little bit of Lucas Werner. Not full Lucas Werner, just a little bit of Lucas Werner.
Like, at
who, if
best,
I remember right, is a fan of Codes.
At best, he is like... If I'm understanding what you're saying, he's saying at best, stripping any context of it, that means that he's like a proponent for fucking arranged marriages.
Government issued girlfriends, I think he wants. But he's also ready to give it all up. He said that if he's not going to get laid this year, he's going to get a sex doll.
Can we call that welfare?
Another
pussy?
one?
No, no, like a proper like high-end one, not one that was sent in the mail or anything like that.
Oh yeah,
Just like
a real doll. Huh?
Yeah, basically like a multi-hundreds, if not thousands, worth real doll.
Didn't somebody find his discarded sex doll?
Sure, after the police were called and he actually reached global... You know, I heard about him years before I knew who King Cobra, DP, or even the wider online community to this level gave me. Like, I learned about this through the BBC because it was brought up as a sort of joke at one point that a guy was found, his sex doll was found half burned. He said that a meth head did it, and later turns out that he kind of destroyed the doll because he tried to make her boobs bigger.
What the fuck?
Oh, did you not know that's actually what happened to the doll? Yeah,
I didn't know
he
any
tried to
of
put
I didn't know
silicone
any of
into
that.
the actual boobs, and he did it with heated silicone, and it started to melt, and it caused a fire. And the fire brigade arrived, and he had to quickly send like a bunch of meth heads went and did it. So of course the fire departments like got the police involved because it was a crime, and he doubled down on it for a little while, and then eventually they kind of cross-referenced it and was like, so why didn't you tell me what they look like? How do you know they were meth heads? Well, you know, all right, fine, it was me. You know, like, that got like a sort of like an offbeat sort of end of the news day, sort of, and in lighter news, you know, like, which
oh god,
still today is his claim to fame.
Yeah, Las Vegas man fucking burns sex doll, blames it on meth heads.
Oh, do you remember when his eyes were crooked? AWS. Yeah, that was fairly recent. He got the surgery done, and it took us a while to adjust. In all fairness, I've adjusted to his eyes not being bizarre, but at one point he had proper like fish eye, where one eye would just kind of wonky off to any direction, and it was like off-putting as fuck.
To an extent, I can move my eyes independently. But like that is something that I have to be focusing on doing it to do. Like I know for a fact that it's something that some people can't help. My mom has a lazy eye.
Well,
but
he got the surgery done.
Yeah, I would have to. It would be so unnerving for me to not be able to control where my eyes go. Like, you know, a reaction's one thing, but like if you can actually see that your field of view is changing, that would be so unnerving to me if you could do nothing about it. Christ.
You know, maybe when I was younger, I talked a lot of shit on Twilight because it's just not my thing. But I've actually watched a couple of the movies, and even though Twilight, the series, is not my cup of tea, the battle sequences in the movies are really good.
Twilight, if this guy likes it, it's probably not good.
You see the wolves and the vampires just, you know what I'm saying? And not to mention that the of-age chicks in the Twilight series.
God almighty.
I want to shake him and go, no, no.
Stop it.
I want to whack his stupid hat off and then tell him to put it back on so I can whack it off again.
Wait. What are you whacking off again?
Yes.
They're kind of fucking hot. Just saying.
Can't do it.
The cherry one made it look the most like blood. You ever gotten a nosebleed and then just drank your own blood?
Yes. That's the first thing I do when I get a nosebleed. I want to drink it.
Like, oh shit, my nose is bleeding. You know, let it pour into your mouth and drink it. I mean, why not? You know what I'm saying? That way you're not wasting your blood.
Like, are nosebleeds a common thing for him?
Look at him.
Some people
look at him, and you tell me that things aren't always oozing from some place on him.
You know what?
This man is literally ooze.
This is a very fair point. Holy shit! Never thought.
Kind of weird, but that's where I got my taste for blood. Is drinking my own blood. Whenever I got a nosebleed, I like the taste of blood. I think it tastes good. That coppery, sort of salty undertone. King Cobra, you sexy demon vampire, you.
I want to drink your blood. I'm just trying to picture a Hammer horror film where he's like the vampire instead of like Christopher Lee. Blah. Blah.
Crap.
There are two different kinds of vampires. There's one who can suck the life force out of someone just by sitting there and talking with them. That's kind of what I am, basically.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well done, Cobes. At least you're honest about it.
Yeah, they're called a fucking energy vampire or whatever the fuck, and it's not really a supernatural thing. It's just you're a draining person to be around. Fuck.
How did they ever make a multi-part documentary on this man? I would have shot myself halfway through part one.
And this fucking myth that vampires can't survive sunlight. Bullshit. A vampire's magic will protect them in the sunlight.
Oh,
they might wear like
fucking vampire magic. Oh, Christ.
Vampire magic.
A ring or sunscreen or some shit. Of course, I believe in aliens too, YouTube. You know that?
Oh, we should have gotten him on the conspiracy list.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, statistically speaking, aliens exist. What's a conspiracy theory or not is whether they've visited or even been around Earth.
Yeah, but I mean, we could have gotten him his opinion on the Bilderbergs or Tupac. Hey, Cobes, what do you think about Tupac?
Oh yeah, you meant actually having him here. Okay.
I believe in aliens, vampires, ghosts, Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, Durt. See, this is the type of person that you think is A tier.
You know, shit like that. I believe it. I believe it exists. For someone to believe in witchcraft, but not to believe in all this other crap, you know, it'd make people go, what the fuck, man? I suppose if I were to... Yeah, I think I had a...
mystery to the world. I definitely understand that. Because it's so much more interesting and less depressing.
Well, yeah, the sad fact is, let's be honest here, the world is as grey as it looks. It's shit all the way down, and it's never any fun shit like aliens or fucking time travelers or anything like that. The day that happens is the day that the powers that be simply won't be able to control to hide it. It'll just happen, if it happens at all. If aliens want to show up over the White House, you think the fucking president will be able to stop them? They'll be pissing themselves as much as anyone else.
The fucking Prime Directive doesn't make sense. Like there are people who genuinely believe aliens haven't made contact with us because they take Star Trek too fucking seriously and Prime Directive.
Because most of Star Trek doesn't take the Prime Directive seriously either.
Yeah.
All the quote-unquote movie monsters, vampires are my favorite. The couple of weeks I spent moving into my new apartment,
I would argue that vampire's not a movie monster. Like, it is a monster that has been in movie, like been in cinema, and has a storied history in cinema. But I would, its origin is much older than film.
Oh, sure. It's just he's the way he's taking over right now. He's thinking of Christopher Lee or Bela Lugosi. That's in his mind. That counts as like a monster, but that's because he doesn't have much in the way of life experience himself. So movies are probably one of the main things he lives for.
Old apartment,
yeah, fair.
Which I did. Me and my dad busted our asses to clean my old apartment. Now I got a couple $100 back for the clean deposit. It wasn't the full deposit, but they were nice enough to be like, hey, you know what, Cobra, and you know, my ex-landlord appreciated what me and my dad did for my old place. You know, I'm not afraid to tell it like it is.
This always leads up to something good whenever he opens with this.
I'm not afraid to be myself, and that's why a lot of people respect me. It's because I keep it real. Unlike these other motherfuckers who are like, oh, okay, I got the YouTube camera on, gonna have this fake persona. I'm like, fuck off.
It's true. I'm actually a ordained minister in real life.
I mean, wait, hold on.
In real life, I'm actually quite intelligent.
Well,
are you? Is it as difficult to be an ordained minister in Ireland as it is in the U.S.?
No, but it's definitely not as financially lucrative.
rather, is it as easy? Is what I meant to say.
No, I know what you meant.
Okay.
No, but if you want to be in the priesthood, you best head over to the States. And I mean, let me put it like this: if Jeff Holiday can sign and legally get his own religion just to fuck over organized religion, like America's priorities for religion are fucked up. Like, all you have to do is just throw a few thousand, and boom, you can start a religion. That means all the tax benefits. Okay. Great.
And I started a religion of donating to me.
Yeah. That's a throw shade at Jeff, by the way. I love what the fuck he's doing with scientism. That's some cool ass shit he's got going on there.
Holy shit.
When this is over, we'll wrap up with Buff Corell. So Just want to thank everyone who popped in. I know it's a bit long today, long so much that Crandar had to leg it. But I want to thank Durt, and I want to thank you there, Kilo, for showing up. It's been a good day.
Has it?
Man, I've had a good time, and I'm not trying to push the gas on it or anything. But low key, I could use the restroom. But but I can hang. I've been holding it already. So.
Oof, I love the tequila on my.
Well, if you've already seen this, you know what's happening. So go and by the time you come back, Buff will be dancing. Yeah.
You're right. Fair enough.
Go on. Your bladder needs it.
Well,
don't reflex into your bladder. Oh.
We saw everything. Oh, hi, Rio, by the way.
Stomach settle for a second.
Hey guys, it's Destiny, and today I have a super exciting haul video.
Destiny finally transitioned. Oh, good for her.
Video for you guys.
See, Cope thought it was funny.
The backs are pretty long, so you probably could wrap them around your body as well. And this is just a beautiful blue color.
Oh my god, dude.
Gird?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. They took our gerbs.
And YouTube allows it. If I were to make a video demonstrating different cock holsters, YouTube would have been like, that's copyright. Or that's this, or that's that. YouTube would have censored my ass a long
Cock holster, patent pending.
time ago. Which they already did. Which they already fucking did.
If you ever complain, anyone in chat ever complain about my audio, you could have that. You just remember that.
Oh, it's just like my fucking haters who were sitting there telling me, you better not go live. And I'm like, dude, I'll go live when I feel like it. I can take a couple days off and then come back and go live. It doesn't affect me. I got 21,000+ subscribers.
And all of them love you, Cobes. Every last one of them. You should turn back on text-to-speech. You'll make tons of money. No joke. Like he may be making a fortune if he did that these days.
Yeah.
He was making a fortune prior.
Yeah, he's making a mint, dude.
He was making a mint. He just has to lean in to the fact that he is a lolcow.
Yeah, just lean into it. Like that's how you make your money as a lolcow. Like, and here's the thing: if somebody wisens up to the fact, either one of two things happen. Either it ruins the gag, or they catch on and do this. I said one of two things. I meant three things. Or they start making lots of money, lots of it.
Yep. After all, everyone kind of respects someone who can make fun of themselves. That's why I don't take any fucking shit to heart. I've never had anyone throw shade at me that I wasn't either giving them to begin with or took seriously. Like if I was bombarded with endless amount of trolls, I'd fucking make them pay for it. You want to troll me? Fair enough. Fucking throw some fucking money my way. Chat right now. You want to troll me? You know how to do that. It's called Streamlabs. Yeah. We have a goal to reach. Yeah. Damn right, Cobes.
Kansas, dust in the wind.
Oh, God.
Dust in the wind, dust in the wind.
The time is 3 a.m. The bar doesn't have a name. It simply has the word bar written out on the front of it. It's karaoke night. No one else is there.
It's dust in the wind. One shot of tequila, and then we're gonna drink it. Take a sip.
I got the fork was still on the glass.
Oh, to make me feel alive. So stupid. Rock and fucking roll!
Jesus Christ.
Oh, this man is the salt of the earth. I like his skullet he's got going on there.
Respect, the next man's coming. And then, no, and then this man's coming. Survival of the fittest, what it is. You got your back, you got my back, and that's the piz. I'm getting drunk to enjoy my weekend. Oh, snap.
The worst part of any night.
That's the last fucking shot right there.
Like, if he had text-to-speech on right now, he'd be feeling really bad. But any money he spent on that tequila would be paid back twice over.
Yep.
Like, it just... His rent would be paid. His bills would be paid.
Oh, my God.
He'd probably get a free pizza out of it.
No fucking hell.
Oh, God. Here we go. Yeah.
Now I growl twice before I end the stream. Holy shit.
The way he's holding his arms, too.
This is what the pizza looks like.
That says, I've seen the inside of a microwave.
Thank you for watching it, kitchen.
No, thank you, Cobes. I feel a lot better about my own drinking watching you.
Yeah, I suddenly feel significantly less bad about the fact that I've had 2 bottles of wine and 2 6-packs over the past 2 days.
Well, you know, it was the day. It was the day, like any other day. Okay, so we are going to now wrap up, as is ancient tradition, by getting us some Buff Corel to see us out. Buff Corel is, this is only 2 hours ago. We were streaming when he uploaded this, because this is an extra chunky stream tonight. Hope you've all been enjoying it. I hope you all know what to do, by the way. Like, share, and subscribe. Now, before... I don't want to stop every 5 seconds, so once again, quickly off to the land of... is the bladder control. Kilo, hold down the fort. We depend on you, soldier. Let us down, and... actually, no. Don't let us down. That's the word. Don't let us down.
Oh, this is a sinking ship, isn't it?
You signed the agreement when you fucking joined, soldier. Big smile for the cameras and say everything's going according to plan.
Well, everything's going to plan. He forgot to play the video. So, I have no fucking clue what to do. Huh. Yeah, you know what? This really is a sinking ship. And I'm probably just going to sit here and fucking monologue until one of these fuckers gets back. Saying fuckers with all the love in the world.
Oh, don't worry, here I am.
Haha, there we go. I'm not alone.
Oh, God.
Was it a good one?
I return you, lad. Let us end tonight's.
Play me off, Kirill.
Is this the video of completion?
Roxanne! Ooh, I can't wait.
Okay. Well, Kilo, I actually wouldn't say no to keep going, but I wouldn't want to hold anyone else here, so...
I mean, you are welcome to, my good sir.
You have shit to do you not, Durt?
Honestly, I'm fucking exhausted.
Well, then, yeah, it's called a bed. You have to go and make out with your pillow and have a 3-way with your pillow and your sheets.
Who has sheets on their fucking bed? Not fucking with you.
You just told us much about your life, sir. I live in a frigid, cold climate. And surprisingly, it's actually getting really nice. Today I had a lovely day. I'm actually going to upload the pictures I took today on our Discord, which you can join in the links down below. But no, Durt, you can like it. Kilo, though, you're welcome to stay. But I mean, if you're not going to stay, I don't really want to do this solo. So I'm probably just going to end it.
I can go another 30 minutes or so if you want to.
All right, then. We shall put a pin on our, I wouldn't call him our mascot, our cheerleader. He's our cheerleader. I mean, like, you don't have to. Like, you can leg it if you want.
Yeah, in that case, I'm gonna dip out. Okay. Sorry to hate to make you readjust. I mean, if you want, I'm literally
just gonna turn off. Great thing about Kilo is that he's just an icon on screen, so it works out pretty great.
His face doesn't matter. Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
Nothing matters.
I had a good time. This was a good show.
It was good. Do you want to shill it before you go?
Yeah. Who cares? I got a YouTube channel. Maybe I'll do something with it. I thought about napping and then going live in the wee hours of the morning. I don't know. I think about that a lot, and then I'm like, oh, I'm so tired. Why would I do that? So I don't know. Stay tuned. It's been 4 months since I uploaded anything, and who knows if it'll be another 4 months. But if it's 4 months from now, you won't want to miss it. That's for sure. But yeah, man, thanks for having me. You picked a good dude to have on for the conspiracy shit because I like talking about it.
Yeah, if I'd have known, I'd have opened with that shit. It's been a lot. The tiered list always does well. Last time it was sandwiches, and that got a lot of discussion in chat. As you can imagine, some people are very serious about their sandwiches.
Listen, don't fuck with food.
Yeah.
Like if you fuck with a person's favorite sandwich culture is absolutely a thing. It is a chain. Like it is demonstrably a very important culinary development, I guess. The popularization of them, rather.
Did you know that smorgasbord means sandwich board? And with that, I leave you.
And we never saw Durt again. Good luck there, buddy.
All right. I am going to take a potty break, though, because you guys did.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to recharge the old sack.
Yeah.
The sack. Now that they're gone, I will once again remind you all to like, share this stream. It's gone on a bit longer than normal, but some nights I feel it and some nights I don't, and I would love to spend the next little while longer with you guys. So yeah, today was pretty damn good. All right, so I've got a story to tell you. It's a story of a wallet. You see, a long time ago, man first pulled itself out of the primordial ooze, and then it proceeded to discover the joys of capitalism. But with capitalism comes money, and money comes storage. Coin purses gave way to wallets, but wallets have a major problem. They're easy to lose. And I am no exception. It is true that in America, my wallet losing was the cause of some shittiness, but this is important. I can do that at home too. Yes, for I too lost my wallet, and it was glorious. For one moment it was there, and the next it was gone. However, I had foresight to put the word out. And today, of all days, someone said, yeah, we actually have your wallet here. I'm like, brilliant. I went out and I collected it. And even the money was still in there. So, I enjoyed myself with some wanderings. Spent the all day in Carrick and it was nice. took some pictures, drank some cans, drank some more cans. I actually got these cans for waiting for the cab back, and I just never drank them. And finally got here, and I got everything I needed. So I'm content with that shit. I'm very content with that shit.
I have returned.
He has returnulated. Glory. So,
Praise
Kilo,
me.
Tell us, you were, I do recall, you said something along the lines of, you were drinking on Paddy's Day, but you didn't know it was Paddy's Day. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, how did you miss that?